Okay, so it's the file name is called ntwpbi.zip. Okay, PBI stands for Power BI, and it's part of the National Training Week, as what was mentioned by Puven. So you just click on the blue download button, and it's a zip file. Okay, and this file, if I'm not mistaken, right, it's roughly 46 megabytes. So it'll take no time, okay, just to download that. Please create a folder, right, on your laptop. All right, and you have to extract the file out. Okay, please right click on the zip file and extract it out. Okay. Okay, now another further reminder, right, is that you all, prior to joining in this session, you should have already downloaded and installed Power BI Desktop. This is Power BI, and those of you guys who have heard of Power BI and all that, okay, you should know that we need this tool. We need this app called Power BI Desktop. Okay, and through our confirmation and invitation email, we have actually put it in a very big reminder that you have to get this all set up. Okay, so Power BI Desktop is assumed to be installed. Okay, and you can launch Power BI Desktop. So the latest version is June 2024 update. Okay, so once you launch Power BI Desktop, you should be able to see something like this, where they ask you to either open a report or you can start creating a blank report. So I can actually click on blank report, and this is how it looks like. Okay, it's the latest June version. You can check your version by going to ribbon, click on about, and you can see it's June 2024, 2.130. Okay. Now, we only have a single day for this training, and this is actually titled Power BI Jumpstart. Okay, and this is whereby we are going to get to know how to quick start your Power BI analytics journey. Okay, now please take note here that Power BI, for those of you who don't know, right, Power BI is actually a very well-known platform by Microsoft, which is actually for the purpose of analytics. All right, now Power BI is right now seem to be still continuing its uptrend of being very popular, right? And a lot of organizations who have Microsoft 365, you know, definitely they know what is Power BI, and they want to really kickstart using Power BI to build all their reports and stuff like that. Okay, so now on top of my usual training, for the purpose of NTW, right, to participate in that, right? So I've crafted this just simple 1-day jumpstart program. Now, you won't be able to learn the full-fledged, the whole meal of Power BI end to end, right? This is just enough, okay, for you to, you know, like quell your fear of Power BI, get to know Power BI, and immediately can build a report, right? So, first of all, do I need to update to Windows 11 or download it? Okay, if you don't have Power BI Desktop installed as of now, you can't join the training. So you need to actually download it beforehand, right? So while I'm doing all these things, right, okay, I hope that you guys can actually kind of follow, because this is a full hands-on training. As I demonstrate this, you can follow me if you have got that, or else you can just witness it. Okay, so you can go to your Microsoft Store to download it, search for Power BI Desktop, or if you have received our confirmation email, we have provided a link for you to download that. Okay, we have given you a huge reminder, okay, that to download that before the training. Okay, not unless, okay, you only, you know, got the confirmation email yesterday or last night, and maybe you haven't even set it up yet. Okay, so but you can download it for free. There's no need license for Power BI Desktop, right? You can use it even you don't sign in. Also, you can build a report. You can sign in only if you intend to publish the report. All right. Okay, so I see someone says that I'm breaking again. Am I breaking again? Can you all hear me all right? All clear, right? Okay, so yeah, so if majority are clear and only if you hear that I'm breaking, it might be due to your internet connection. Okay, so please check on that. All right. Okay, so now, anyway, let me just talk about our data that we're going to use in this training, right? Now, if you go into the folder just now, which I've shown you, the data folder, all right? Now, the scenario is going to be like this. Every Microsoft official training, okay, we are going to actually use the scenario of sales and marketing. So we are intend to build a report that reports sales and marketing, sales figures and all that. Okay. Now, what we are going to only demonstrate here, right, okay, is I'm using actually a company, a fictional company. This is quite frequently used by Microsoft. It is not AdventureWorks, but this time I'm going to use a fictional company called Van Arsdale. Okay. Now, Van Arsdale is actually a manufacturer which actually produces expensive retail products. Okay. It has many categories and it is selling them directly to consumers nationwide and also several other countries. Now, for this particular purpose, you can see we have got two folders here, international sales and US sales. So the international sales folder contains not just Excel file, they're just CSVs, 6 CSV files named after the country. Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, Mexico, and Nigeria. Okay, they are all CSV, but you know CSV files, when you open, it opens up in Excel. Okay, now the US, where they are based from, has a separate folder called US sales. So if you go into US sales, right, you can see that there is one pure Excel file, BI dimensions.xlsx, and then the sales for US is a CSV. Okay, now this part, the first portion of this training, right, it's all about data modeling. Okay, it's actually to get to know your data. It's to be able to access and prepare your data for Power BI consumption. Now, this is whereby the only technical piece of Power BI, it doesn't matter whether you're from IT, technical or non-technical background. Now, Power BI is a tool that every user from even IT or non-IT can use. Even let's say, for example, if you are a business user, right, you're from HR, you're from sales or finance, you would be able to self-service use Power BI to build your own report. But the most important thing is to really understand and get to know your own data. Okay. Now, first thing first, what we need to do now, right, is to open up these files and understand them. I would like you all to start going into focus on US sales first. The other countries, hang on. Okay. Now, first, if you go into the US sales folder, I want you to open this Excel file called BI dimensions.xlsx. It's called BI underscore dimensions. I will tell you why they named the file as dimensions. If you open up in Excel, you should be able to see something like this. Okay. This is a very typical arrangement of a usual Excel file. 3 sheets, product sheet, manufacturer sheet, geo sheet. Okay. And if you look at the product sheet, right, there is a real table. This is a table. They have selected all and formatted as a table. Okay. And of course, there's a title here called product details right at the top. Manufacturer, right, you can see that they have got suddenly a label down there, list suppliers and manufacturers. And at the top there, right, you can see we did it on purpose. This is not a table. They only kind of like color it, but it's not a table. It's a wide layout. You can see column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. There's no column names, but then the column names are rather on the column A, manufacturer ID, manufacturer, and logo. So you can see that this is practically a table, right, that is actually horizontally laid out. Okay, it is very, very unusual. We did it on purpose. A table is supposed to be vertical, but this is purposely laid out horizontally. Okay. Okay. Oh yes, actually, I'm just actually being too gung-ho to go into the training straight away. Yes, there will be break time in between, and since this is virtual training, of course, so-called tea break, okay, it's on your own, right? And we have got to be going for a morning 15 minutes break somewhere around 10:30 to 10:45. right? Afternoon, there's also a short break for 15 minutes again, somewhere around 3:15 to 3:30, right? And lunch break is only for 1 hour, right? Lunch break is 1 hour, and I break at 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. All right, so that will be the 3 breaks that we're gonna have. Okay, so everything is going to be on your own, right? So that will be the timing. And of course, yes, back to the data here, all right, because I have to apologize, okay, of being too gung-ho and jump straight into it, because I can tell you one day definitely is not enough. I did this training just last week, similarly on a Wednesday. It's our first ever physical training held at Crystal Crown Hotel, right? It's training whereby it's also quite fast paced. It's the same content, right? And we seriously not we got a lot of feedback from the participants saying that, hey, it seems like not enough. You're not enough. Well, that's actually the whole idea, is to give you guys a good beginning, introduction to Power BI, give you guys all the necessary basic skills, and if you want to learn more about that, right? Okay, we have got a program for 2 days and 3 days and all that. So that's a deep dive. Okay. So one day, definitely, you can't learn Kung Fu in one day and expect to be a grandmaster of Kung Fu, right? So it's a similar thing, right? So let's get back to the understanding of the table data here. So the product sheet, right? It's a typical table. I have formatted it to be a table, definitely. And on the other hand, the manufacturer table, it's somewhat awkward. It's horizontally laid out, not the usual vertical. The columns are horizontal rows rather than columns. Okay. And finally, the geo sheet. Now the geo sheet, right, contains all the zip codes and the cities in US. You can see that, right? And this table start from row number 5, the row number 5. And if I press Control down arrow, right, you can see that it's all the way down to, well, if I had to go all the way down, it's 40,000 rows. Not just 40,000 rows. If I'm not mistaken, right? It's a lot. Let me just drag. I cannot remember all that anymore. I think it's full hundreds of thousands and all that. So if I'm mistaken, let's say if I have to click on the cell, I go all the way down. Yep, 176,933 rows. You can see it's not just containing zip codes for US and everything, okay, but it is actually containing everything, right? Even other countries, right? Different countries with different zip codes and all that. Okay, so this is a table containing all the different information. Okay, geo means geography lah. Okay, containing information about the zip codes, the cities, the state, region, district, and the country. Okay, all right, and of course, hang on. Once you've got this particular data here, okay, you can see that these 3 sheets, right, they are not containing any transactional data, right? They are not transactional data. Now, product sheet contains a product table. Manufacturer sheet contains a so-called manufacturer table. And then the geo sheet contains information about geography, like city, state, postcode, or they call it zip code, right? Districts and countries. Now, the sales data are stored as a separate CSV file. Now, let me tell you the whole picture here. We have actually laid out all this data in such a manner that you're going to learn how to actually massage and cleanse the data, even in Power BI, before qualifying the data to be used in a reporting. Because this is a very typical scenario. Okay, this scenario is in such a manner, okay, is in such a case, okay, that we need to clean up the data first before qualifying it for usage in your Power BI. So before you can build a report, you must make sure that the data is clean and it's in good shape. Now, first and foremost, the only technical knowledge that you have to build right now is actually understanding something known as table relationships. Okay, but before that, you need to get to know how to move around Power BI. Now, since we've got hundreds of people inside this training, all right, now I know that there will be a mixture of backgrounds coming from the crowd here. Some of you guys would have known Power BI already. Some of you guys are already using Power BI and building your report already. And probably some of you guys says, no, it's my first time. I don't know Power BI, and it's my first time looking at this tool, this Power BI desktop. All right. Now, I would like to introduce only a very simple run through of the interface here. When you start with a blank report here, okay, at the main display here, right, this is actually known as your report view. You are viewing your report, and you can see here, right at the bottom, you can see that you've got page 1, and there's a plus button here where you can click to add pages and pages. So you can add pages, many pages. Okay, and we are given the first page 1. Okay, now on the left hand side, you can see that there are actually 3 particular or rather today, if you get the latest version of Power BI Desktop, you got 4 buttons. Now, I'm not going to explain the 4th button because this is actually something out of the scope of this training. This is known as the DAX query view. I'm not going to mention too much on DAX, right? But I will let you know what is DAX. Okay, DAX. It's a short form. We call it as DAX. It stands for Data Analysis Expression, DAX. But in my usual Power BI training, I do have a separate course focusing only on learning how to write formulas for calculations. That's DAX. Okay, DAX is actually a way to write formulas. It's a language, okay? It's an expression language used in Power BI to write calculations, to create calculations and formulas. Okay, but we don't have time for that here. Even a few simple calculations we're going to do here, well, it's just get to know the fundamentals of DAX. We won't be able to fully focus on DAX. Okay, but the 3 basic buttons right at the top here. Let me just kind of show you here. This one, and this one. So we are at the first particular button. What we are looking at here, right, is known as the report view. The second button, which we shall go and explore later, is known as a table view. Formally, we call this as data view. Now, the last one here, right, is known as the model view. A long time ago, we call this as the relationship view. All right, so there you go. We've got a report view button, we've got a table view button, and we've got a model view button. So what we're looking at right now is the report view. Now, this whole thing here is your report design canvas. Okay, we call this as your report canvas, and this is where you design your report. This is where you drag and drop. You can see right from the right hand side here, the visualizations, all the different types of visuals. We call this as visualizations, but okay, we usually short form, we just simply call it a visual. What is a visual? A visual means it's your typical chart, or it can be a table, a pivot table. It can be maybe a map. So all these are types of visuals. A column chart is a visual, a bar chart, a line chart, pie chart, radar chart, whatever. They're all known as a visual. So we can start drag and drop all these things, So we can actually drag and drop different types of visuals onto the canvas. So that is where how you build charts and assemble them to form your report design, your report view. But without data, what's the use of all these visuals? They will be all just blank, right? So that is why right now we need to prepare our data. Now, let me show you, okay, and jot down here. I just come up with my digital whiteboard here. I always show this, okay, whereby I want to document what is the 3 basic steps of starting a Power BI journey. Okay. Step number 1, it's called get data. Step number 2, it's called transform data. Okay, and this step is optional. Step number 3 is called visualize your data. So right now we are going to learn all 3 steps. But we're going to first of all, of course, follow the step 1, 2, 3. We're going to prepare first the data, and we're going to bring in the data. So we're going to do get data first. Get data means you know where your data comes from. What format of data is that? Is it CSV? Is it Excel? Is it JSON file? Is it coming from a folder? Is it coming from a server? All right. And then we just need to import the data. We just select the data, okay, and import it into your Power BI. Okay. Then, of course, if the data is actually dirty, okay, it's not valid. There are a lot of data that you need to massage it and cleanse it. That's step number 2. Transform data. Now, I put it optional because if your data is already clean, then you can straight away skip number 2 and start visualizing your data. Visualize data means you build a report. Okay, so get data, it's actually to import the data. And if it's already clean, there's no need for you to further massage it. Then you can straight away, step number 3, build the report, visualize data. But if the data it's requiring you to reshape it, and further massage the data, you need to perform step number 2, transform data. Okay. Now I mentioned about DAX just now, all right? So it's not, okay, I repeat, yeah. I'm not covering DAX here. We got no time. One day is too short for the complete whole meal of Power BI. All right. For Power BI alone, okay, I welcome you guys to surf our website, okay, www.generate.net. Just Power BI, we've got at least 4 separate courses. Okay, it's not one course that can cover everything, okay, because I've actually split them all up, okay, into different skill sets of Power BI. Okay. All right, so yes. Okay, welcome also. I know that some of you guys might just join in and some of you guys just joining late. Yeah. You need to actually download your Power BI desktop. Okay, please actually install that. Right, and the link, yes, thank you so much, okay, for sharing that link. That is the link for you to download the zip file containing the exercises, yeah? So I also need my team to support, okay, to copy and paste the link, since some of them, okay, cannot even see the pin message right at the top. So I need to copy and paste, keep on pasting the zip file link, okay, so that you guys can actually download that, right? Because I have to continue the show, or else we cannot even finish the training right until the end. Okay. So these are the 3 the steps, okay, for Power BI, and we're going to go through step number 1, get data right now. Okay. So now the BI dimensions, right, .xlsx, okay, is actually our data. And of course, once we import the data soon, right, you will see that our ultimate goal is to go to the next button here, which is called the model view. Right now, the model view, right, is a view where we see 1 or more tables in a diagram format. Every table, right, okay, will be presented in a diagram, and the ultimate goal is to make sure that the tables are related. Those of you who don't understand table relationship, right, just hang on to your seats, because I'm going to explain to you guys one by one. You need to understand a little bit of the database concept, a relational concept, to understand what do you mean by relationship. Okay, so but what I'm trying to tell you right now is our data is formulated in such a way that we need to bring in multiple tables. The first one that you see from here is this file called BI dimensions with 3 sheets, 3 tables. And I have purposely done all these tables in such a manner that it needs massaging. Okay, remember, I actually created this Excel file in a very normal moment, right? Normal way that people will represent the data. Purposely push the table down below here and purposely have the first and second row, right, are just labels or title or whatever. And how would Power BI interpret that? How would Power BI detect this part is actually the table and not the rest? Okay. And of course, these are all the particular, what do you call that? The 3 sheets that we have, okay? And now I would like you all, okay, to go into your next file, okay? Go into the folder again. Now, I want you to open and focus on sales.csv. Look for sales.csv. Open up, and it's also opening up in Excel, even though it's a CSV file. So once you open up the CSV file, okay, it says here the data is too large for the Excel grid. This is normal, because it seems it's to me, okay, that why is it says too large? You know Excel sheet, right? Every sheet has a maximum limit of 1048576 rows only. A little bit over 1 million, 1.04 million. Now, this CSV file is way, way, way more than that. That is why it says cannot, it's too large for the grid. But you just click OK. You just click OK. They will still open it up, right? And they say that they will do a conversion or whatever. Just click on. If you get this convert or don't convert, I want you to don't convert, right? Don't convert. So if you don't convert, right, okay, well, the CSV will just say that, well, fine, yeah, again, you will see it says too large to open, just say okay again, and they will simply just open the top 1048576 rows, right, in Excel. Alternatively, you can right-click on the CSV and open with Notepad. That one got no limit, okay, but you just can't know, okay, how many rows are, okay. But here, I would like you guys to see, okay, to check out the sales table, the sales data. Let me zoom in here. You only have 5 columns here. The product ID column, the date column, there you go, you've got the zip column, you got the units, you got revenue, okay? This is actually all about your sales table. The sales table containing transactions made of purchases, okay? But you can see that this is a table that what we formerly, okay, call as the many table, because the product ID pinpoints which product is being sold and it's only showing the ID of the product. For example, here we got a big bunch of product ID number 1076, all 1076. Okay, and then dates, I'm sure you know that the dates could be also duplicated. The product IDs are all duplicated. Zip code should be duplicated. A lot of duplicates. There's no row here which are unique. So having said so, if you return to your BI dimension Excel file, the BI dimension file here is why we call it dimension table, because it's supposed to be the table of uniqueness. Switch over to your product table, and this table, it's a unique product table. Every product is unique. The product ID number 1, 2, 3, 4, there cannot be duplicates on the product ID. Okay, because when you have a table where every row is unique, we call this table usually, okay, known as the one table, because every row appear only one time, unique. The other table, the sales table, is a transaction table. The product here are all duplicated, the many. So thus, a relationship can be built between the product table and the sales with a one-to-many relationship. So in this case, right, okay, like I say, a one-to-many relationship, a very famous one. We call this as one, okay, 1-to-M, okay, or usually we just call it 1M relationship, right? A one-to-many relationship. One product got many sales. We are living in a one-to-many world. Most of the time, we are trying to strive for one-to-many, right? A table that is a one table to a business user, usually you guys call it what, you know? You guys call it a lookup table. Because when I say it's a one table, you don't understand, especially if you're a business user. But when I say it's a lookup table, say, oh, lookup table, say so lah, you know? So at least now you understand that. A lookup table, it's a table that in IT, okay, we technical people call it a dictionary table. Okay, it's a dictionary table because as dictionary, it contains unique values which we look up, we reference, we find information from there. So you learn lookups in your Excel. If you are really, really good in Excel or you're familiar with Excel, you should know what's a lookup table. That's where usually you do VLOOKUP formulas, right? And you refer to this table, right, to perform your lookups, okay, to conduct or to, you know, search for something, right? So lookup means you need a column as an index column to perform the lookup. So judging from a relational data concept, okay, from the sales table, let's say, for example, row number 1, this transaction, product number 1076, obviously they're going to use the product ID 1076, jump over to the product table and look in the product ID 1076 there, right? Okay. And try to actually find product ID 1076. What product is that? So they're going to look for that. You understand me? So this is going to look up. And it is impossible for you to find two different products with a similar ID 1076, because that's not going to be a lookup table. To qualify it to be a lookup table, it must be unique. Similarly, if you look at the zip code, this zip code 72638, then you're going to jump into the geo table right there, zip code here. Okay, so we're going to look for the zip code, and then we can find which city, which state, which country and region it belongs to. You got what I mean? Okay, so BI dimensions is a file containing all these three tables, which are lookup tables. And in IT, we call it as a dimension table. All right. The sales table is known as a fact table. So, but don't worry about the terminology, lah. All right. As well, as long as you can understand the whole scenario, whatever you want to call it, it's up to you. Okay. But anyway, the dimension table, we're going to bring in three tables: product, manufacturer, and geo table. These three are supposed to be a lookup table. And the sales table would be the transaction table. And remember that there are many other sales sheets, okay, or sales files. Looking right now into up one level to your international sales folder. Go to your international sales folder, and you can see, remember I've shown you earlier, 6 other countries: Australia CSV, Canada CSV, all that. Now, if I double click on Australia CSV, again, they will prompt you, the file is too large. Okay, just wait, because it's way beyond 1 million over rows. So you just click OK, and you're going to try to open up the first 104576. You can see this table is exactly the same, except they've got an extra country column. So if I compare the sales CSV, which is for US, they do not have a country column. But the rest of the other CSVs, right, they got an extra country column. The first 5 columns are similar: product, date, zip, and units and revenue. All right. So if I open up, let me close this Australian one. If I go and look at the size, the smaller size is Canada. Because I look at the size of the file, I know which one got lesser rows. Australia got 86 megabyte, you know. The CSV file, can you imagine? A CSV file, 86 megabyte is huge, right? Now, if I look at Canada, this is the smallest one, 1.7 megabytes only. So if I open up Canada.csv, it should be able to open up without prompting me too large. There you go. It opens up. So this particular file, right, contains only also 46,000 rows, you know. I see the row count here, 46,105 rows. So the rest contain millions and millions. So I'm actually getting data here, which is trying to be as realistic as possible, even though we are doing a training here. Okay. So now we have already seen all the files that we're going to use. But like I said, that there are many, many cleanups to do. So without further delay, we need to start our cleaning up right now using Power BI Desktop. I'm closing all the Excel files, please. Please close all the CSV files, the Excel files that you just opened, and you just try to see if you are following me, right? You also open up just now. So now I've closed all of them, right? Because you need them to be closed so that Power BI can connect and access them. I want you now to start with the BI dimension first. Okay, or maybe we import, okay? We load the data first. We load the CSV file first. Okay, the sales CSV. We just focus on US sales folder first. We start with the CSV. So I want you guys to return to your Power BI Desktop and check this out. In the Get Data button, drop down. There's a drop down here. You cannot select Excel workbook, right? Because CSV is CSV, even though it opens up in Excel, but it's under this one, text/CSV. CSV, it's a text format. Okay, they are not Excel. XLSX file, you open using Excel here. You got 3 options. It can be clicking this button. It can be this button. It can be also here. There are 3 methods, 3 ways you can actually go and select an Excel file. But I purposely put it as a CSV. Okay, especially why should I put it into CSV? Especially when you have rows greater than the total rows that is supported by Excel. Remember, Excel maximum rows is how many? It's 1048576 rows. This is maximum in Excel. So if you have data exceeding this number of rows, you cannot save it as an Excel file. People say, Ken, I just chop it up into multiple millions and millions and save it as separate sheet lah. But if you save it as separate sheet, right, that will be a separate table. Maybe you got your data coming from a server or something like that. You get it from a full-fledged database. You dump it from an SAP, let's say. It's in millions, 2-3 million. How can you chop it up into separate sheets and still forcibly save it into Excel and treat it as separate table? Well, you can save it as a separate table lah, because luckily in Power BI, you can import this separate table and then merge them into one. We don't call it merge, sorry, we call it append them. Append all the rows into one super table. But it requires further manipulation. See that? So I am actually giving you a scenario, okay, that if you have data being output or dumped out from a server, from an ERP system, let's say like SAP, usually they operate into CSV. Number one, CSV is very, very optimized for reading. And CSV has no limit, not like Excel, 1048576 per sheet. CSV continuous. Okay. Now, if you talk about in the world of generative AI today, right? Let's say talk about ChatGPT. If you want to get ChatGPT to help you analyze data, clean up data, ChatGPT, right, also preferred CSV over Excel. Even though you can upload Excel file to ChatGPT, no problem. But they will say it would be best if you got CSV. Then you can upload CSV to ChatGPT, because ChatGPT processes CSV better than Excel. Okay, because minus all the formatting and all that. Right? So I'm just giving you an example of that. But if you are interested to know ChatGPT or generative AI, well, I am going to conduct another training on ChatGPT next week. It's also part of the NTW, right? So yeah, please do sign up, okay, for that if you intend to spend 4 hours with me learning about ChatGPT. Okay, but anyway, that's aside. Let's focus, come back to planet Earth. Let's talk about Power BI. So let's select text/CSV. Okay, so here we go. Click on text/CSV. Click on that. And they're going to ask you on where is the location of the file. So I'm going to go to my location. I have actually extracted the file on this folder called NTW PBI, the folder called data. And you must go into your US sales folder. And there you go. I found the sales.csv file. And when you click open, okay, hang on first. So now you can see, okay, that they automatically detect it's a comma separated file. So you can see the delimiter is comma. And right now they only load a preview of the first 200 rows. So the data type detection, right, is based on the first 200 rows. So they automatically detect the first 200 rows, what type of data. And they kind of like every column will try to predict what type of data. You can see product ID. Let me zoom in here, just in case you cannot see on my screen here. You should realize, okay, that every column, 5 of them, are all the data, all the values are right aligned. This one, they follow something like Excel. You know Excel, right? The value, if it's left aligned, they are text. If it's right aligned, they are numbers. And in Power BI, you can see also, they are right aligned to indicate their numbers, or even date or time also right aligned. Do you know that? And in addition to that, right, they are also italicized. You should realize again that all the fonts are italic. This is Power BI's natural behavior, natural representation. This is to make it easy for us to differentiate whether that's text data, ABC data, text data, or numbers. True numbers are italic and right aligned, right? Text would be regular font and left aligned. Remember that. Okay. So, well, this is actually just a first number of rows, okay, that they show us. Okay, that's the data there. All right. And you can see that there are buttons for us to immediately load the data, or we can directly go to transform data. Now, we want to transform data. Okay. So we want to click transform data now. And what you guys are going to have right now is they're going to open a new window. First time, if you open the window, right, it should be this small only. It's a separate window from the main Power BI desktop window. This is titled PQE, Power Query Editor. Now, let me introduce you guys to this. This is a separate window, right, using Power Query Editor, titled Power Query Editor. It should sound familiar to some of you. Hey, I think I've seen it before. I think I've seen it in Excel before. If you have that kind of notion, right, I can tell you, you are right. Power Query Editor, right, comes from a component called Power Query. Power Query is actually an add-in in Excel. Now, having said so, I'm going to tell you the history of Power BI. Now, this is especially for those of you who are totally fresh in Power BI. You don't know Power BI, where it come from. Actually, Power BI is a product that was born, okay, that was actually created from a spin-off of the success story of Excel. Let me give you a whiteboard right now. Okay, let me just show this. So now, Power BI was actually created, okay, from these two components. Okay, Power Pivot in Excel, and number two, which is the Power Query in Excel. This was the history. Power Pivot, okay, was introduced back in 2010, Excel version 2010, right? And in Excel version 2013, they released Power Query, and it's very successful. Power Pivot is a storage that allows you to store more than the 1.04 million rows in a typical sheet. So you can squeeze in as many data as possible. That's a storage level. That's the model of a data in Excel. But you have to turn on that particular add-in. Power Query was introduced 3 years later. And Power Query's main job is to do data manipulation, data transformation, data cleansing. Okay? And that is also a separate add-in. You have to activate it. Now, the thing is that this is so good that all data in Excel, you can massage it using Power Query add-in inside Excel. And then you can store vast amounts of data directly inside Excel. But there's a big problem here. Everything is still inside Excel. As you actually store data and massage your data, everything is inside Excel, right? Then what about the report? Now, again, in year 2013 itself, they also introduced another add-in called Power View in Excel. Power View is based on Silverlight. Wow, long time I never mentioned this word really. There used to be a component called Silverlight, Microsoft Silverlight. This is actually Microsoft's equivalent to Adobe Flash. A long time ago, right? There's a component called Flash. It's a way on how they can give you the interactive, animating graph and charts. How can a chart be animating and all that? Well, it's because of Silverlight. Those were the days. So all three components, right? Microsoft says, hey, it's all inside Excel. And when the Excel file grows too big, right, you have a risk of data corruption. You damage the Excel file. One day you double click, the Excel file cannot open. So Microsoft says, okay, I think it's time to make all these analytical components stand alone, independent from Excel already. And there you go. You have the birth of Power BI. That happened late end of 2015 and early 2016. So all in all, right, if you look at it, okay, Power BI is already on the market, okay, for a good old 8 years already. Okay, it's at least 8 years. And that's how long I started with Power BI. It all started from the very infancy days until today. So I watched this guy grow, okay, and mature. So that's how familiar I am with the history and the product of Power BI. Okay, so but anyway, That is the thing that if you feel that you have seen this Power Query Editor before, yes, you have a similar thing in Excel. Similar. Your data in Excel, you can clean it up also using Power Query Editor. But right now, we're talking Power BI. So I would like you to maximize the window. Focus in this window. So you can see that they are actually showing you the CSV, okay, of this sales. And then you can see that they can interpret every column. Okay, and you can see every column, it's all numbers, numbers, numbers. They are right aligned and they're italic, confirm. And all the column names are well there already. And on the column name here, right, you should realize also, okay, you should realize, okay, that you've got these icons. These icons, right, is to indicate, okay, that the data type detected, the data type representing these columns. So product ID 1, 2, 3 means they are numbers. The date column, right, has a calendar icon, so it knows it's a date. Even data is considered like a number, no? Right aligned and italic. Zip file, a zip code column, excuse me, zip column, right, is also 1, 2, 3. Units 1, 2, 3. And revenue, it's 1.2. The icon is 1.2. The icon 1.2 means it's a decimal number. So if you look at it here, decimal. And the decimals split up of 3 decimal places, 4 decimal places, exactly how it was stored in the CSV format. Okay, so there you have it. And one thing that you have to realize is at the bottom of this, they only show 999 plus rows. They don't show actual row count. Why? Because they clearly mention here, all column profiling, right, is based on the first or the top 1,000 rows. So they only profile top 1,000 rows and then they stop counting. They don't count all the data. Why? Because if as early as right now, they count all the data, like in the millions, it will be very slow to open up this Power Query Editor. Because the purpose of this window is to clean up the data and this and that. So they want to speed up the launching and loading up of this table, understanding the table design. So they just profile the top 1,000 rows, which is good enough. But of course, you can switch, you can click here, right? And change the column profiling to based on an entire data set. But don't do that lah. Because when you click on this, right, they will slowly load in the background to try to calculate what is the total number of rows. Okay. But in my case, I'm running on a super fast computer, right? Okay, so I can actually click on that, right? And then what I'm going to do, right, is what? They still don't change here. Can you see that? They still don't change this 999 plus rows. This visual will never change. So how do I know what's the total number of rows? Well, let me show you. If I click, I go back to top 1,000 rows. Now watch this, guys. Every column, you can see that there's a thick green color line. This thick green color line, you point at it, right, they'll show you information like this. This is a statistical information. It's a profile information of the column. For example, I am pointing to the zip column right now. When I'm pointing to the zip column, they will tell me, okay, 100% of the values inside this column are valid. 0 error, 0 empty. You see that? But then they say 100% only 1,000. Why? Because I told you they actually profile 1,000. Correct? So if you can see that if I hover on I point to the green line on every one of the column, all report to me, all report 1,000. Oh, you must be steady hand lah, point to it lah, right? You see, all 1,000. All 1,000. But if you are not so steady in pointing to the green one, can I have a fixed view, permanent view? Yes, you can. You go to the view ribbon, click on the view ribbon, right? You can see there's something called column quality. Check on column quality, and there you go. But when you turn on column quality, right, they only show percentage, right? They only show percentage, but they don't show the numbers. You want the numbers, right? Now you can point. Now you got a larger surface to point. Because without column quality, right, you can only point on the green line. Sometimes, my mouse and my hand not so steady. I must correctly point. You see, if I over point to the column name, cannot. I must actually accurately point to the green light. Then only come out. So, but the green line is so thin, I cannot get my hand steady to point at it. So you turn on column quality, then now you got a larger area to point. They still show you how many percent valid, error, and empty, correct? But then still show 1000. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you this. Now I switch to column profiling based on entire data set. Entirely. So it will start calculating all the actual row count. When I click here, can you see they're turning now? Can you see they're turning? They're calculating again. It's slow because it's millions. I'm running on a 32 gig RAM machine, okay, and I'm on i7, okay. It's a fast rig, and it still takes so long. Can you imagine if your laptop is just an i5, Core i5, and maybe 8 gig RAM only? Then it will be extremely slow. Okay. So there you go. So it's still loading. So actually, I'm just trying to show you the effect, just in case you don't believe you don't trust me right? But I'm showing you the effect of it. So it's not recommended for you to change the column profiling to based on entire data set, knowingly that you have millions of rows. If you got under 1 million rows, like a couple of 100,000, that one, close one eye, no problem right? But if you are anticipating millions and millions of rows, don't do this. You can see until now also they haven't finished profiling it. Okay. So anyway, if I go to the home, right, I can try to click refresh preview. If I refresh the preview, sometimes it can speed up this column profiling, but not really. It's still like this. And at the same time, when you try to view column profiling, right, let me go to the view again. You got something called column profile also. See? Now it came out already. So now, ladies and gentlemen, finally, I can point to any one of this and you can see, confirming. Actually, it is 4.2 million rows. Okay, almost 4.2 million rows. No wonder lah. 4,198,753 rows, because every column all reporting the same value. 4,198,753. Okay. So can you imagine loading this 4 point something million rows is already slow. Can you imagine if I got 19 million rows, 500 million rows, it's like 500 million rows. Please don't do this. Don't try this at home. This is a stunt only can be performed by professionals. Just kidding, right? But like I said, it's not recommended. Okay. So, but anyway, I just turn off the column quality and let's continue to what we are supposed to do, right? Okay. I'm going to tell you the problem statement and problem situation right now. There are quite a number of situations which I purposely created the data, right, in such a manner that we need to further massage it and standardize it. First of all, the column called zip. I want you to understand this. Observe this, guys. In my column called zip code, right, there are some columns which are 4-digit only. Why? All zip code are supposed to be 5-digit standardized. But you see, some are 4-digit. I can tell you why. These zip codes, right, which are 4-digit, right, they are supposed to have a leading 0. Because when they were converted to become a real number, if it's a number, leading 0 is truncated, eliminated. That's the reason why the 0 is missing and they are left with 4 digits. So which means my zip code, right, cannot be converted to a number. Now, this is actually a topic that I always want to highlight. You need to understand very well, okay, that when we do data in Power BI, when we try to prepare our data and maybe to decide whether to transform data or not, the first and foremost activity, right, is to decide on the numbers. You must understand this very, very carefully, okay? When you see numbers, don't immediately say, number ma, so change your number lah. There are times the number must be stored as text. I give you another example. Our Malaysian or our phone number. All your phone numbers, right? If you store that in a column and if you let Power BI auto detect and auto change it to a number, all the 012, 019, all the zero, all gone, you know. You understand me or not? So you need to maintain that the numbers must be stored as text. Another example is IC number, our Malaysian IC number. Those of you who are born after year 2000, all the young chaps, let's say you're born in year 2001, 2002, your first 6 digit, right? Your first digit start with 0 also, right? We also have postcode that start with 0. I can't recall any postcodes in Klang Valley starts with 0 lah. But I remember in Penang, yes. If you come from Penang, I do understand, I do believe that there are some postcodes in Penang that starts with 0. So I've given enough examples, right, that should make you understand, even though appear as a number, but it might not be wise for you to change it to a number. You must maintain it as text. So let me show you now. Let me show you, and you can follow me if you want. How do I get back the leading 0, right? You see this 1, 2, 3, right? This is not just icon, you know, it can be click on it. You click, you see? It lets you choose. Every one of them can be clicked. So now I change back to ABC, text. The icon is ABC, text. When you click on that, right, they will ask you, you are trying to change a column type, you know. And because right now on the right-hand side, these are the steps that they have actually changed. Okay, these are the steps that they have actually implemented to shape the data. And when we come in, we are already on the third step, change type. It's because of this step lah, guys. Power BI already took the liberty to implement change type for me. That's why they automatically detect change all the type. But one of the change type, right, inside, right, is that the zip is actually changed to number 1, 2, 3. Right? Now let me cancel it. Let me cancel first. Do you also see that you've got a formula bar here? Okay. So this is actually where the formula, and this formula is not DAX here, guys. Okay. This formula bar, the language that you are looking at here, right, okay, is known as M code. M language lah. M. The M stands for mashup because it's called data mashup. Nurul says I kind of refresh back your memory, whereby you've got a leading 0 issue. Yeah, exactly. In order for a number to have a leading 0, you've got no choice. No need to think one. It must be text. You guys understand that, right? Even let's talk about Excel, right? In order for you to enter a number with leading 0, let's say a handphone, a handphone number, you need to begin with an apostrophe, correct? A single quote, right? Because if you type the 0, 1, 2, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, when you press enter, they automatically align it, and then there's a leading 0 gone already, correct? So in order for you to have that, right, you got to, in Excel, you got to start with a apostrophe, single quote, then only you can type a number. It makes it left aligned and makes it stored as a text. You got it, huh? Okay. So under this, back to my formula bar here, the M code, it's actually not for the faint of heart. I got no time to actually cover the coding. What is M code? What is DAX? Right? It's just like I said, the title of this training is Power BI Jumpstart. You see, just a quick start. So inside this particular step, change type, they are expressed here. You see, you can see here when I zoom in. Let me try to zoom in first. Can you see date? The type is date. Zip, the type is in64 type. The zip integer 64-bit type. So all numbers are called in64.type. So that's the reason why, right? Okay, they have hence changed this for you. Okay, they have actually changed the type. So if you want to manually click here and say, I want to change to ABC text, they ask you, you want to replace this step or not, or you want to add a new step. Of course, I don't want to add a step. Just update the replace current means update the current step, because the current step is already changed type. It's also specifying every column what type. You see, in my case, if I'm an expert in M code, right, I don't need to click here and all that. I just go inside here, the formula, I erase this and I type it text. Okay, I just type it text. or this text.form. But here, right, I do believe that the text, no need to select anything, just type text. So now if I press enter here, oh, you see text was not actually found. So now the text is no longer called text here. The text I think should be called, is it called string? Okay, I think you have to type there. Type space text like this. Oops, sorry. Type space text. There you go. Then now can you see my zip is ABC? Because date also you must begin with the blue color type. Okay, date. So text is a word, so you must have type. But like I said, wow, you want me to type inside here? If you are afraid of typing inside here, right, then don't bother. It's okay. Don't worry. Just click on the zip code just now, the column zip, which is 1, 2, 3 here. Select the text yourself, right? And then if they ask you replace current or add new step, you just say replace lah. Just say replace will do. Okay, and you will have updated it to the zip with type text. Can you see now when the type is text, can you see that it's left aligned? And then the font no longer italic, they are all regular font. And can you see the leading 0 came back already? That's how you solve it, no problem. That's our first data cleansing right now. Everybody can follow, huh? Okay. So this is actually done for now for our CSV, okay? Now, the next thing that I want you guys to do is quickly, before we go for a quick break, okay, because it's almost time for a short break, let us import another table. Remember the BI dimension, the BI dimension. That is an Excel file. Now, you don't need to go to your main Power BI desktop table here and click Excel. No need. Since you're inside PQE window, your Power Query Editor window, since you're here, now you can go to the Home tab here. You also got the button New Source. Drop down. Here, this part. Click on New Source here, and then you can see Excel Workbook. Text CSV also here, but then our BI dimension table file is an Excel file. It's an XLSX. So I want you to click on New Source, Excel Workbook, and in the same data and US sales folder, you can see the file bi_dimensions.xlsx. Select that, open. And you should be able to see this current condition. Okay, look at that. Can you see suddenly, hey, I thought got 3 sheets, but how come they say got 4 items? Check this out. Product sheet, the name of the sheet, there, product. But then suddenly I got product underscore table. What is this? When I click on product underscore table, the icon is also different, you see? So when I just click on this product table, that's a table, right? Okay. Now, once this come, we just delete here. How does this action affect the data? If you delete, change that, then the rest are also undone. You understand me or not? You undo the step, okay, by doing this. Let's say, look at this. Because you see, I only want to change this type, okay, back to ABC. If you delete the whole change type, right, then all product ID lah, date lah, units lah, revenue, all will be not known. The data type, okay, the change type is unknown. You try, you can see, watch this, if I delete the change type, okay, you can see that all of them, again, will be just text. Because, oh yeah, it's not unknown, at least they're all text. Why? Because they're CSV. The source come from CSV. So all ABC, they are not proper. You need to understand that in Power BI, if every column just maintain and you never certify their type, you're going to run into huge issue when you build reports or when you calculate. You need to certify every column. You must indicate what is the data type. If you don't do this, you are in a big wild ride later on. Okay? Because there is one step that talks about the whole column, you know. You talk one step, you undo only one column. No lah. All right? You should check, okay, the formula. The formula says it documented every single particular column. So now that I've deleted the step, and how do I get back the step? I cannot undo. This is one big cruel thing that you need to understand right now. When you have over deleted, you have deleted a step that you intend to have it. But you see, like in my case right now, I want to prove to you what will happen if I delete the step. So after I deleted the step, I can no longer get it back on. Mark my words for it. There's no Control Z. Control Z doesn't work on. There's no such thing in PQE. In order for you to get back that particular step, either you have, you know, a backup copy of the M code, or you have to redo it on your own. But you say, I don't know what is it, but I remember it's a change type. But change type means, do I need to change that one by one myself? Well, you can change that one by one yourself, or you can one-shot change all the columns by doing this. In the transform tab, right, you can see there's something called detect data type. But when you detect data type, you want to detect all, you have to select all the columns. Okay, click the column header. You can use shift key to click the last one, then you select all the columns. Then you click detect data type. Under transform ribbon, you can see detect data type. So when you click detect data type, the change tab came back to me already, you see? And they automatically detect all column data type, including the stupid zip, again, back to number. See that? So now only the zip, I just need to select back to text and replace current. That's it. That's all. Okay. So that is if you have actually deleted the step now. Okay. Always remember, when you have deleted the steps, there's no way to get it back. Mark my words. You say, some of you guys say, me just close and don't save lah. You close, don't save. Later, when you reopen, right? Okay, you get the same thing. But right now, we never save anything, right? We never save anything. Okay. So the only way that I always teach this, right, okay, is you must actually document all your M code. The only way to do that, right, is, you see, I've got 3 steps. This step 1, source. The source has got this M code. In the M code, they show you where is the location of my CSV. You see, that's the code documenting the path to my CSV. Promoted header, you see the step here, right? It's actually they detect the first row and use it as a header. That is why every column has a header. They promoted themselves and then change type. So every step here has their own M code. So now what I can show you, right, is, now I don't want you to follow me, right? I just want to demonstrate how important, okay, the M code is. There is this button called Advanced Editor. When I click Advanced Editor, right, they open a separate window here, showing me the full block of all my M code, the combined all M code from all 3 steps, combine everything. Usually what I do is I select all, I copy, and then I open up Notepad, you know, and I'm going to paste here. And I keep this safe. Minimize it. Keep it safe. That's keeping it safe. Okay. Now I cancel. Just in case now I demonstrate, if I accidentally delete this step, oh my God, how am I going to get it back? I told you, there is no way of undoing it. So if you have accidentally deleted the necessary steps, I don't need to worry. I just need to open back my advanced editor. You see, now so little, right? I just need to delete off, get the backup code from here, copy, and paste it back here, you see? And when I click done, I get back everything. All right? This is actually a good practice. Every time I train Power BI in my class, okay, I will always tell them, when you are doing data massaging or transformation using Power Query Editor, it is vital for you to very, very sure-footed. You must walk very, very carefully. Anything you delete the step here, right, you cannot get it back. You must be sure you really want to delete, then you delete. And when you delete a step, right, sometimes they don't ask you, are you sure you want to delete? They never ask you. Unless you delete a step in the center. If you delete a step before the latest step, for example, this one, delete, they will warn you. They will ask you, hey, you are deleting a step before the latest step. If you do so, you will break future steps because it's chronological. The steps are in sequence. They follow a predefined sequence. If you go somewhere in between, delete the step, you may cause future steps to break. Are you sure? This one, they warn you. But if you delete the latest step, like this, you delete, and then you did, can you see that? When you delete, they don't prompt you anything. Okay, so and that's actually the danger. So that is why keeping a copy of the current condition of all your M code is essential. So that is why every time it happens, I can reopen my advanced editor and I paste back everything and I get back all my steps without worrying. Okay. Can the source file be on the cloud or must be downloaded onto the device? Source file, as in your CSV or Excel file, it can be on the cloud. Yes. But the source, right, like I say, if I choose just now Excel workbook, right, you see that I choose this path, can you see? It's actually on my OneDrive. This is done, this is provided that I have synchronized my OneDrive, right, okay, to my File Explorer. Okay, but if you did not do that, right, then you have to, you're talking about like sharing the file with a URL and pasting a URL. That one, well, you can't use this way. Okay, you have to use a different way. You have to go to the new here, right? You have got to go to more, and you got to select, right, okay, a particular like online service here. You got to choose, let's say, I think OneDrive has been localized already. There's no OneDrive here. You see, even if I type there OneDrive, they don't have it. So OneDrive, right, even though there is a URL, but it has been localized. Okay, so it is always a recommendation, okay, that any OneDrive, you have to synchronize it to your local folder. That means that OneDrive storage will appear as if it's a local, right? So it can be done. So in my case, right, you can see that my path just now here, the source, right, they treat it as local because I synchronize. Can you see that it's my OneDrive? My desktop is on the OneDrive. See that? So it can be done. But if it's on SharePoint, then you must actually obtain a SharePoint URL. You must choose SharePoint. All right. So, okay, so I've got back my change type, everything here, but let me see. Okay, so it's ABC. Yes, I've got all massage here. And yes, all right. So yeah, I've got a few requests here, okay, to show, connection to SQL and all that, right? But like I said, that it's not part of my syllabus, and we are actually running short behind time based on my syllabus, what I need to achieve and cover in NTW, right? But anyway, I'll just show you where to get that connected. Okay, so you can see that you can click on new source here, and you can see SQL Server. It's all there. Okay, even if you're connecting from the main window, the main Power BI desktop window, you can see SQL Server. When you click on SQL Server, you just need to enter the server name, database name, right? And there is something called import and direct query. You need to know what is the difference between the mode, right? And just click OK. So make sure, okay, that you've got the information such as a server name and the database name there. Then you can actually see once the connection is pulled through, then you can see all the databases or the table names which could be listed. All right. Right. For now, let us get back to our exercise here. Now, like I said, that when we click new source from our Excel workbook, which is the BI dimensions just now. Now, you should be able to see that we are presented with, hang on for a moment, I am still waiting for that dialog box to come out. What happened to the dialog box? Okay, there you go. So I'm just going to show, I'm going to choose BI dimensions, click open. Okay, based on this file, you can see that there are three sheets, but suddenly there's a product underscore table, which came out. Now I need to further explain this a bit, okay? If I were to open back my BI dimensions, Okay. Now you can see that there are 3 sheets, which is named correctly here. But the table, what do we mean by the table here? Now you can see in the product, right, there is actually a table here. So this one is a table. As you know, when I place my cursor in there, I go to table design, and you can see the table name is called product_table. And this table name really matches this table name. So what's the difference between the table and the sheet? Because on the sheet, right, right now I've had the file open, so I need to close it first. So now let me refresh it. Now, if you select the sheet, you can see that the column names are not actually useful. Can you see that the product details, which is supposed to be the label, because of the label at the top, okay? And the first row, which would be my column names, right, are not being treated as a column name. They're not a header. You see product ID, product category, you know, manufacturer ID, price. So you can see again that that's actually a problem when you have an Excel file that you have a table, but then on the sheet level, you've got the first row being the title or something like that. So that is the reason why that if you have a table like this, I would choose a table. When you choose a table, they ignore everything else on the sheet except the region where your table has been defined, that's what I want. Okay. And of course, the geo table, which is also in a big mess here. Look at that. The geo table, you have got all these problems at the top, you know, and then the first row, which is supposed to be the column header, zip, city, state, region, you know, and they're not being treated as a column name. So there are ample amount of massaging to be done here. All right. So, but don't worry, we got to get to that. Manufacturer, I told you this is the unorthodox way of representing a table. The table is supposed to be vertical in nature, but this is horizontally laid out. Horizontally laid out means it is not by columns, but by rows. The row is actually the column. So we need to do some form of massaging here. And the product sheet is the one that I'm going to ignore this, right? And I'm going to actually select the product table, right? So product sheet, I'm not going to select, but I'm going to select product table. So what I want you guys to check this out is, I want you to select the product table, take it, and then I want you to check the geo and manufacturer. Product sheet, no need. Okay, I don't need the product because the product sheet, I found the table inside the sheet, I readily select the product table. Please make sure that you select something like that. And there are also suggested tables because today Power BI has a little bit of AI there, and they can actually detect, for example, let me show you the geo here. When you check the geo, I told you that the geo sheet has got a lot of mess at the top that we need to go and manipulate after this. But the thing is that they are able to detect the table, you know. So what if I take this one, table 2 from geo? When I click table 2 from geo, wow, apparently, right, they are able to detect only the region of the table. So these suggested tables, right, is actually quite useful. This AI here today, right, can suggest for us that they suspected that this region is my table. So actually, I don't need this geo here. Okay. And then for manufacturer also, there's another one called column 1. When I click on manufacturer, column 1, this one, they suggested it's not correct. So I don't bother because I told you this one cannot help here. The manufacturer table is not yet a table. We need to do huge amounts of a great deal of transformation. But all in all, I do not want you to go and select the geo here because I want you guys to learn the data cleaning up in Power Query. So I want you to still select this. Ignore the suggested table. I want you to follow me, something like this. And this is the part here that I want you to select. All right. And if you're talking about recording, yes, the recording, we are fully recording it, but I'm not going to share it to everyone here. We got hundreds of people here, right? All our NTW trainings, okay, and also we do have free trainings. We call it GRCX, which is our General Consulting's Express Delivery Training. We have our own YouTube channel. All right, so once the production, the editing is done for this whole video, we are going to announce it, okay, that the video it would be available for viewing on our YouTube channel. So we welcome everyone to follow us on YouTube, as well as you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. So any new videos, free stuffs that we're going to share on YouTube, you get to view it. Okay, so that would be we don't share to every individual here. We just announce it and you can just watch it for free, the whole entire recording on YouTube. Okay. Ruiz Ramsey, so you have your hands up. You got a question? You can type into the meeting chat because I've disabled all microphones here because to avoid disturbances. So you can, if you have any questions, please type it into the meeting chat. I can view my meeting chat, and I'll be able to answer you. Okay. All right. So yes, now I'm just going to click OK. So everyone follow here. I'm going to select all these three. Okay. And this is actually OK. Training here, I'm just select like this and just click OK. Just click OK. And I want you guys to check this out. Because I've done this since last week. As you can see, I've got a preview that says 8 days old or whatever. Don't worry about mine here. I'm just going to refresh. And once you imported that, right, I want you to observe on your left-hand side, the query. Now you've got additional 3 new tables. Okay. So 3 new tables, product table, then manufacturer, and then geo. Okay, make sure that you guys got that. Okay, our sales table, we already, finished that for the time being. We are done here. Now we've got product table here. So I'm going to focus one by one. Let's focus on our this product table, manufacturer, geo, all that, right? Now, before we do further massaging for all these tables here, I would like to keep on adding all our final additional data. Remember the 6 more country level sales data from the international sales. I want to load them all up. But before doing that, right, I want you guys to check this out. Okay, just watch, okay, what I'm about to showcase. In my international sales table, folder, we got all these 6 CSV files. I can tell you every CSV file I open. For example, now I'm going to open Mexico CSV file. You should realize again that the columns are all the same. Product ID, date, zip, units, revenue. So I don't need to open every one of them. I'm just going to tell you that all separate country level CSV, they are all similar sales data coming from their respective country. Okay, all different number of rows, fine. Now this is simulating every country sales will be given to you periodically on each of the country. And our mission is very simple. We want to consolidate all these particular sales from different country into one super sales table. We want to do data consolidation because since the table structure is the same, the columns are the same, we want to consolidate them. Now I'm going to show you one way that will be fastest in order to consolidate. I don't need to open one by one 6 CSV files. I don't need to open 6 times. Okay, so what I want to show you, right, and you guys can follow me, will be you click new source here, okay, and you click more. I don't choose CSV. I don't choose Excel workbook. I just click more. And I want to choose to use folder. Folder is a great way to one shot read all the files inside the folder and we can just combine them one shot. This is the most efficient way. Can you imagine your folder? You've got 100 files, right? That is no problem at all. It's a breeze. It's easy peasy. When you point to the folder, inside the folder got 100 files, 1,000 files. They combine everything one shot. You don't need to go and mess around with individual files. So I just select folder and I click connect. And they will prompt you to select what is the path to your folder. So I'm going to browse to my folder. Make sure you do that. I'm going to go to my NTWPBI in the data folder, and I can see my international sales folders. Please select international sales folder and click OK because you want to point all the way into the international sales folder. You got that? Okay, make sure that you have that particular path. My path and your path confirm different line, right? But make sure all the way into international sales and you click OK. Okay, now once you got this dialog, check this out. This table, right, only shows you the content of your folder. Okay. Is there any limit for combined files? Like I said, that there's no limit. Okay. The sky is the limit. The limit for combining the files, right? The only restriction or requirement, right, is to ensure that all the tables from every file that you're combining must have a similar structure that will actually, at least a similar structure, as in it will solve a lot of other issues that you will arise. If there are other files with a different structure and all that, then you may have a problem with the consolidation. If all the files have a matching table structure, then you should have a lesser issue. Okay, but there's no limit. Power BI limit, right? Let me tell you, there's only one limit. Okay, every Power BI file, the data set that you upload is no more than 1 GB. That's all. Okay, don't exceed 1 GB in terms of data size, in terms of numbers and all that. No, not really. Okay. So in this table, right, you can see that they list out all the files they found in my folder, extension CSV, the name of the file, and the data is inside the first column called content, which is binary, all that lah. Okay, but most importantly, right, you need to see this is that at the bottom now, the button, right, has got this combine and transform data. Finally, we get a combine button. So when you click combine and transform data, now get ready, because when you click this combine and transform data, they will ask you to select a sample file. Look at this. The default sample file is the first file. So they read the first file in the folder, which is Australia CSV lah. So you are looking at a preview of all the columns they found, right, in the Australian CSV file. Okay. And also they will start looking for the next file, all the way until the end. And they will combine them all. Okay. But if, let's say, one day, if they reach one file whereby there's something wrong with the CSV and there's some error that prevented them from reading, they will just stop and then terminate. And they will never continue with the other files unless you click this one. Skip files with errors. There is this skip files with errors. So at least if, let's say, one of the file has a problem, they can skip it and then they still continue processing and reading other files. But if you don't tick this guy, right, once they hit a file that they cannot read, they stop there and they don't continue with the rest of the other files. But in our case, our current training scenario, we won't have any errors left. They will be able to successfully read all 6 files, because all 6 files somehow guaranteed that the column structure, name are all the same, right? So, but anyway, as an insurance, I just tick skip files with errors. I still check it. Okay. I guess good. Once you're ready, you click OK. And now, when this happens, right, you should be able to see that on your left-hand side now, you can see a lot of all these helper queries. They do lots of automatic stuff in the background to help you combine it. And for the first time, you can see a new table called international sales has been produced. Okay, and then you can see that the data has been combined. Now, no point scrolling down and do all that because there are millions and millions of them. Okay. Are different column structures considered as error? No. Different columns will all be added together. They are not errors. Errors are such as when they hit one particular row where the data type it's unfamiliar character and the data type, okay, does not match Windows standards or Microsoft standards. They cannot process it. They can't read it. That's an error. Different column structure is supported by Power BI. Okay. So Power BI has got a way to process, for example, if the first table got 5 columns, second table got 4 columns, when they combine, right, the additional 5th column will be added to the table as well, added to the final table. Just that where they got data, the data will be null only. You understand me? So new columns or different column structure, all are added. They are not ignored. They are not error. They are supported perfectly. Errors are considered not readable stuff. They try to read it. I don't understand what is that. Character, not Windows standard or something like that, then die. That is called error. Okay. All right, so it's all combined actually, and you are able to see that the first column source.name they are also given. Okay, you can see Australia.csv. So at least that they show you all these rows come from this file. That's why they added a new column called source.name. This shows you the source where they come from. There are tons of data here. I don't want to count because you know each file got millions and millions and millions. They combine here, right? Is bigger than my sales from the US. Sales US, right, is around 4 point something million, right? 4.4 million. Okay, so that's ultimately what I have counted, what I can remember just now. Okay, so once you combine and everything is there, right? Okay, now right now, I want you guys to understand that changing the data type is a big deal. Remember, this international sales table, which combines all other countries, I will want to combine it with this American sales later stage. So since my sales earlier, we changed the zip column to ABC text. Now the international sales also got zip, but it's still 1, 2, 3. I want you guys to make sure that you also standardize it to ABC text. Please select that. Again, replace current, please. So it should be, okay, ABC zip, right? So now, but take note, different countries, their zip, sometimes they really do have 3-digit, 4-digit. You see, like Australia, their zip code are all 4 digits and there are some 3 digits. These 3 digits are really not because of leading zero, right? So they are really 3-digit zip code, okay, depending on which country they come from. So it doesn't matter. The reason why I want to purposely change zip to ABC, because after this, I want to further append it to the sales table, which is all US, because US already changed to text. So here also text, okay? How about empty row or column? Like Sun Huat, when we ask empty row or column, empty ma, empty is empty, error is error. Okay, empty is it error? Empty is not error. Empty is supported ma, null value only ma. Right, like I say, error are technical issues that prevented it from reading. That's called error. Those are serious offense, serious stuff that happened already. Empty la, value la, all these data, okay, they are all able to load. Like for example, every column here, when you hover your mouse, you see? Can you see that? This one. Wait, hang on. Let me just point to it again. Steady hands. Zoom in. You see? Error is error. Empty is empty. Different story. Error, they will usually show you error, 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 error. When you click the error, they tell you maybe the data type is an unreadable data type and all that. Okay? So please ensure that empty and error are two separate things. They are not interpreted same. Okay? Empty is okay, supported. They are not error. Error are technical issues which is not supported, can't process. Okay. Now, once we have changed the zip updated to text, right? So now what we are going to do right now is, now, source.name. If you compare international sales and sales table, look at our sales table. They don't have a country column. International sales, we already have a country column. Correct? So the source, since we already got a country column, and this source.name, right, is actually the name of the file, which is like a country. So we can remove this column. Okay, just remove the column. Right click and delete the column. And remove, or you can just select the column that you want to remove, and you can just press delete key on the keyboard. Delete. So the column has been deleted, and you can see the step of remove column has been added also. So we only have product ID, date, zip, units, revenue, and an additional country column. And sales, of course, there is no additional country column, but still can append, yeah? Later on, when we append the data from sales into international sales, there will be a new column called country that would exist, okay? For US, they will all be null value, empty, because country, they don't have it. When we append, there will be a new country column, and the country column will be all empty for the rows from US. Okay, we shall slowly process that. Okay, so now, in order for us to check, make sure that the country have got more countries in the international sales, you can do this. How to check whether the country got more than Australia and whether they're combined or not. You can click the drop down for the country. Even though they show Australia only, now you can see there's load more. When you click load more, they're loading all the data from the CSV. And finally, this is to give you confidence that, yep, apart from Australia, I do have Canada, Germany, Japan, Mexico, and Nigeria. That proves that all the CSV file data has been combined, consolidated. And from here, just look and see. No need to click OK. Don't click OK. I repeat, don't click OK. I just want to confirm only. Just cancel. Just cancel. I click here, right? It's just to ensure what values are available in this column. So when I load more, I should be able to see all the values. Okay, this proves to me that they are all combined, lah. But I don't click OK. I just cancel. All right. So everything is in there. Now we are going to prepare further. We're going to try to find out some methods, okay, for us to go and further massage the data, okay. Now the table names, first of all, we start by the name. The table names here are not really nice, okay. I don't like the naming here, so let's start renaming one by one. Beginning with the first table, sales, I would like it to be renamed with a capital S in front. Here on the right hand side, the name box here, just change sales here, enter. After you type a new name, you press enter. You change name from here. Okay. One by one, you click, you change name from here. So product underscore table. I don't need the word table. Just product will do without underscore. Enter. Manufacturer. Now, manufacturer, I just want to call it manufacturer with a capital M. This is a small m. Manufacturer. Geo, I want to name it as geography. Full name, geography. That's the table that stores information about addresses, state, city, postcode, country, all that, right? And then, of course, international sales, I would like you to name it with a space. There must be a space. Table names can have spaces. They are allowed, no problem. International space sales. So the final table name would be like this. There you go. This is the final table name, okay? Just name it like that. Okay, so once you're done, let's proceed. We got still quite a long way to go to process our data before even we can qualify to build a report. Okay, we are still in the process of preparing and reshaping the data. Okay, now we need to start looking into some data conditions already. The conditions or state of our data. Let's start with product table. Click the product. Back to a product, right? Focus on the category column. Look at the category column. There are many null values. Can you see that the word null, right, is right aligned and italic? Doesn't mean that they are number, they are catching your attention. They are really empty values. Except for the first row, they say mix, the rest are null. And then after that, right, they've got urban, then a few nulls after urban. This one also urban, then null. Urban, youth, urban. These are all different categories of our product. Got mix, got urban, got youth, right? So how many values of categories? Again, I click a drop down and I want to load more. When I load more, I can see there are a big bunch of null values, but actually there are only 4 types of categories: mixed, rural, urban, and youth category. Different products that we sell under different categories of our product, categorized by the names like this: mixed, rural, urban, or youth products. So now I need to settle the null. The null values means what? Now, I will tell you my scenario. The null values found in the product, because this column are grouped, they are shown as a grouping. I would like to fill up all the nulls, right, by using the value before them. For example, all these nulls below mix should be mixed. When they started scrolling down further, when you see rural, okay, then all the nulls below rural should be following rural, okay? This one also rural, all the null will be rural. All these now follow urban. These now below urban will be filled with urban. Any nulls below youth will be youth. There's a powerful feature here that can do that. When you right click on category, right, a lot of people say replace value lah. Value to find, leave it blank, replace with a value. But when you replace like this, you can only replace one value. So let me show you, there's a powerful way to do that. When you right click on the column, you can say fill. Fill up or down only. When you fill up or down, all right, the direction of either up or down depends on where are the nulls you like to fill. Let me remind you again. Currently, all the nulls are below the value that we want to fill. For instance, all the null below rural should be rural. All the null below urban should be urban, right? So that is why I'm sure you know now, when you right click, you choose fill down. When you click fill down, let's watch what happens. Nice, all done. All the nulls are now mixed. All the rural are rural. When they see urban, all are urban until they stop at another rural, they will go to rural. Or they see youth, will be youth. Mix will be mixed. Rural, urban, youth, mix, you see. I have filled up all the nulls using the value before the null. Okay, that's actually a very, very powerful way of getting the values to follow the values before them, okay? Are you guys good? Okay, so now we should be on our way, okay, to continue. Make sure that you have filled the category column. Right click, again, right click, fill and down. That's all. There's no other thing to do. All right, next, let's look at the product column. Ooh, this product column got problem. Look at this. Let me zoom in. Can you see the product column, right? They are consistently named in such a way that the product name is in front. Then after that, there's a pipe, you know. After the pipe, then they put there all season, all season, all season. If you scroll down, you see the product name in front, then there's a pipe. Then either all season, extreme, or moderation. All season or regular. You know? So which means they mix the product name with a pipe, and after that they specify some data that is supposed to be not part of the product name column. I'm going to show you how to split the column into 2 separate columns. Anything after the pipe should be on their own column. They should not be inside the product column. Product column is a product name that should be the data, the value before the pipe. Any value after the pipe should be a separate column. Okay, so there's a very simple way to do this, which is right click on the product column. You can see split column. There are many options to split column, okay? But like I say, in this one-day training, I just want to show you the power of how we can quickly massage it. Okay, unless you attend our full training, okay, the 2 or 3 day version of Power BI training, then we do deep dive and explain every one of this. So, but the first one that we're going to learn here is by delimiter. Remember, delimiter means that you choose a particular symbol as a delimiter. A comma is known as a delimiter. Okay, a pipe can be used as a delimiter. In our case, it's a pipe. If it's a space, also is a delimiter. Colon, semicolon, ampersand, any symbols, hyphen, underscore sometimes. So I choose by delimiter. So there, select or enter a delimiter. You can choose either colon, comma, semicolon, equal sign. All these are common delimiters, but the pipe is not common, it's not listed. So you choose custom, and I'm going to enter a pipe here. This is a pipe. You know that's called a pipe, right? A pipe is actually the same key as the backward slash. Okay, the key above your enter key, usually on your keyboard. So enter a pipe. And that's it, just click OK, because there's only one pipe in there. There are no other pipes. Because if there are many pipes in your in that column, right, then you got to be careful, you know. You cannot choose each occurrence, because each occurrence means every pipe they split there. They see another pipe, they split again. But since our case, we only got one pipe. So either from the leftmost pipe or the rightmost, or for each, it doesn't matter. It works. Okay, because we only have one single pipe throughout the value in the column. So that's it. We just click OK and voila. Just split. Oh, nicely done, right? So product.1 is the front part. Product.2 is the split out, the text after the pipe, and the pipe is gone. This is absolutely what we wanted. Okay, it's extremely powerful, right? As admitted mostly by a lot of people who just started looking into Power BI, and now they see, oh, actually Power BI can do all this. Yep, and that is what data transformation is all about. Reshaping your data into a correct structure so that you can use it in your reporting. Okay. So now I've got product.1, product.2. So now let's rename the column. Product.1, how do you rename? Double click. The .1 no need. Enter. Still call it product. Product.2, this one is a new column name. I call it segment. The all season segment, the moderation segment. So the segment is the value that they concatenated together in the product earlier. Now we split them out, and these values are known as a segment. Okay. What should we do if there are other symbols? Then you have to repeat again, split. Okay. If there are other symbols, it's split again, split again. So in my normal, training, we have a scenario on that. The product table, okay, sometimes we have to split 2-3 times ahead because there are many different values in there. It can be split into 3 or 4 more other columns, right? So it's just how further you want to split them, okay? This is actually how you grab, again, the basic concepts of it, okay? So this one, finally, we only got one, right? No problem. All right. Next, let's focus on our price column. Look at our price column in the product. The price column is not price. Why they are ABC? Solely because they have a USD in front of the numbers, and that is why this column cannot be stored as a number. We don't need the USD in front. We only want the number. Am I right now? Okay, so with these numbers here, right, which is consistently after the USD, and remember, USD in front, after that got a space, all consistently has a space after USD, then only the numbers. So what we want to do now is to truncate, throw away the front, how many characters? 1, 2, 3, 4 characters, am I right? There's a USD and space, so 4 characters. Front part, eliminate, leaving the numbers only, so that we can convert it to become an actual price column with a number. So to do that, which is Absolutely easy. What we're going to do here, right, is make sure you select the price column, right? And I want you to now go to the transform tab, the transform ribbon, and you can see there's something called extract. Extract is a great way for you to go and extract certain number of characters which you wanted and leaving the rest deleted. You understand me? So now when you click extract, what are the ways you want to extract? Actually, you can extract the text before or after the delimiter, or you can extract based on the length, how long you want it to be. Now, the thing is that this is very confusing. I need to really explain this. You got to listen carefully. Now, plain English word, when people say extract, your concept, your understanding is maybe it's what I take out is the one I throw away. But the fact here in Power BI is the opposite. I don't know why. But the extract here is to extract the things that you wanted, not the things that you don't want. You cannot use the similar, what do you call that, concept of, let's say you got a bad tooth, okay? You got a toothache, and people ask you, hey, where are you going? I'm going to see my dentist. I want to extract my tooth. When you extract a tooth, people understand you're extracting the bad tooth, right? So that's why from this notion, this concept, people think that when you extract something, that's the thing that you want to throw away. But the problem here is, remember, when you extract here in Power BI is to take out the things you wanted to leave behind, not throw away. So when I say I want to extract, okay, based on using delimiter, I think I can use delimiter, because there's a space. Luckily, there's a space after the USD. So the USD, right, the space is good as a delimiter. So before or after delimiter, that's a question. So the answer is actually after delimiter, not before. Because after the delimiter is the text I wanted. Those are the numbers I wanted. Because if you still have the belief or understanding that I want to throw away USD, so it should be before the delimiter. No. Before the delimiter are the text I want to throw away. So it should be the opposite now. Text after delimiter is what I want to stay. So you click after delimiter. And now they ask you what's the delimiter. You press a space. During the COVID pandemic, we do a lot of virtual training. Whenever I say press a space, right? Some people type there SPACE. Come on, I'm not asking you to spell out the word space. I want you to press the space bar one time as an indication of the space delimiter. Right? So don't be funny by typing SPACE, When you choose comma as a delimiter, you don't spell out COMMA, but you press a comma. Okay? But here, in our case, is a single space. Once you have pressed one space in the delimiter, that's it. When you click OK, and ta-da, all the USDs are gone, leaving the numbers, but they are still ABC. They are still not italic. They are still not right aligned. Okay? So what I want you to do is, don't change first, okay, to a number, but remember it's a decimal number. But this decimal, right, is a price. It's very weird that some are 2 digits, some are single digit. You see 0.7, supposed to be 0.70. If you want to qualify this as a price, a currency column, you should not click the ABC here and choose decimal number. There's another one called fixed decimal number. Okay, fixed decimal number, you can see the icon is a dollar. The dollar will not appear here, guys. You see, when you click here, fixed decimal number, yep, they go right aligned. There is no dollar sign in there, just numbers. The dollar sign is to indicate I am going to make this data here qualified for a currency formatting later when you load. We haven't loaded yet. And then fixed decimal means fixed to 2 decimal places. The 0.7 become 0.70, see? The 0.5 is 0.50, really formatted and optimized for a currency symbol. And on top of that, when it's fixed decimal number, 1000 separator, the comma is also given to you. Look at that. 1000 separator is also provided. If you choose a normal decimal, right, there is no 1000 separator. So now you should understand, okay, the particular difference between decimal number and fixed decimal number. Okay. So this is actually what you will get. If you intend the column decimal number to be fixed to only 2 digits and no extra decimal places, and you would like the 1000 separator, then you should click and choose fixed decimal number. They don't call it currency because currency is not a type. Currency, right, is actually a format, okay? So make sure you choose fixed decimal number. And finally, okay, I want you to change the name of the price, right? We change it to, we call it RRP. It's known as RRP, okay, which is recommended retail price. All right. So are you guys done? So this is actually the current state of our product table. We are done with the product table. Okay. Now, what we have done here, right, okay, is that we have eliminated the USD and left only the number. But then there's a problem. We do not know what is the value. Whether is this in what currency? Is this pound sterling, or is it euro dollar, or is it Singapore dollar? We don't know. So actually what we did now, right, by eliminating the USD, it's kind of dangerous. Okay. What if I wanted, okay, to maintain the USD as a separate column? So what should we do? I open this question to the floor. What should we do actually? If we want to maintain the currency symbol as a separate column and then this number as a separate column, what should we do earlier, just now? We should be split first. Absolutely correct, Farid. Okay, thank you for understanding. Thank you for answering that. Yes, thank you so much for the rest. Yeah, splitting. Yes, absolutely right. So which means we have done something wrong here. Okay, look at that. The steps, we rename the column. Before that, we change the type. Before that, we extracted. So there are 3 steps that we need to go and delete. I want you to reverse. Delete this step, go back. Delete the other step, go back to extract. And delete the extracted also. Come back to here. Now we do a split. Let's do a split. Okay, I'm showing you ad hoc. We wanted to change our mind. What should we do? So when we change our mind, we just delete 3 steps. We undo 3 steps back to the price. So now instead of extract, I want you to right click again, split column by delimiter, correct? This time the delimiter is a space. Correctly done. Space has been selected. And when you click OK, confirm price.1 is USD, price.2 is the number, and they use 1.2. You see, the 1.2 is actually what I want you to change to fixed decimal number, replace current. I do not want it to be a normal decimal. I want it to be a fixed decimal. Click the 1.2 icon, change to dollar. Fixed decimal number. And there you go. We've got the first column USD and the second column is only the number. So we split them up. So which means that the price.1 here, I want you to double click. We call it currency. Rename it. Price.2 is the RRP. That's it. Enter. So let me zoom in and make sure that your condition is the same as mine. Price.1 rename to currency, which is ABC, USD, confirm. And then the column price.2 is renamed to RRP, recommended retail price, RRP. It should be dollar. Okay. So this is done on the product table. Now, what else are we going to do? Okay, let's go into this next table. Let's go to the geography first. Shall we go to the geography table first? The manufacturer, it's a huge thing here. We go geography first, right? In the geography table, I'm sure you know that we purposely don't choose the suggested table. We selected the sheet, and it's really a lot of sheet here, right? So you can see that row number 3 here is supposed to be the header. So the first 2 rows are unwanted rows. Am I right? So let's remove the unwanted rows. The top 2 rows should be deleted. So I want you to go to Home tab in the Home ribbon. Can you see there's a Remove Rows button? Remove Rows. In the Remove Rows, you click drop down. There are all these particular choices. So I want you to know that we can remove top rows, bottom rows, alternate rows, duplicate rows, blank rows. You can even remove error rows, right? So this is whereby I will actually want us to remove the top rows, because this is the part again that we want to remove. The rows are at the top. Okay. Hafiz says missing the part combining international sales countries. How do you combine the data? Wow, you miss so much. International sales is already combined. You know, it's done. You know, all we have done so far away. I'm afraid I cannot go back, because it's actually by selecting a folder. The source is from a folder. The USD column is actually whereby we go and split. Okay, the price column that we split is actually from here, right? So we right click the price and then we just say split column by delimiter. So when you split column by delimiter, we choose a space. That's it. So we split USD 1 column, price 1 column. Okay. But if you miss from how we combine international sales, I'm sorry, we cannot go back already, because that's too far away. Okay, we have to continue because we got no time left. It's half day already, almost. We still got half day more to go, almost lunchtime already. So I cannot delete the whole thing and redo again. Okay, it's not fair to the rest. We've got a lot of people in this training, so the international, you just missed too far away. Okay. So now in the manufacturer table, we're gonna come back to that later. Now we're in the geography table. Okay. So now I'm talking about the first 2 rows are unnecessary. We are going to remove them. So under the button remove rows, we're going to click the drop down here, and you can see remove top rows. Now, for those of you who have missed out here and there and all that, okay, let me remind you, don't worry. We are having a full recording for this training. Okay, so you can play back anytime you like, okay, but we are not going to share out here because we need to go through our production team to edit them and all that. So we will announce it to you once it's ready. We will actually upload it to our YouTube channel. All right, so just now our YouTube channel link has been also shared by one of our participants. All right, so you can visit our YouTube channel and just stand by. Once we announce our NTW training available as a YouTube channel recording, you can watch them. Okay. So for those of you, well, who are still in the training, let's continue by removing top rows. Okay. So just click remove top rows. So see, when you click remove top rows, they ask you, how many number of rows you want to remove. So the answer, number of rows, 2, because the first 2 is there. Okay. Yep, Nabila, correct. Right, put 3 as well. Yep, you're right. It's 2. So I click OK, and ta-da, gone already, the first 2, right? And then we know that the first row here is actually the column header. Am I right? So the next step should be we are going to promote the first row to become the column header, right? Now, before we proceed, I want you guys to realize something. Don't always just do. But then when we started earlier, can you see that they have a promoted header before? Power BI actually promoted the header to us before. So when I click promoted header, what did they do? They actually promoted the first row earliest when they load our data into PQE, into Power Query here. So I feel this promoted header, right, is done unnecessary. It's irrelevant. Okay. So we can actually go and delete the promoted headers. All right. So what I want you to do, let us revert. I want you to delete the remove. Okay. Just undo the step we did. Remove top rows again. I want you to delete the change type also. And I want you to delete also the promoted header, because no point promoting the header, because when they don't promote the header, actually there are 3 redundant rows. The 3 redundant rows. So now we're going to start with remove rows, top rows, and this time is 3 and not 2. You understand me? We are trying to save a lot of steps here, because the more steps you have, the slower every time you refresh your data. If you can plan your transformation steps carefully, right, then do it. So if I know that, hey, earlier they have promoted the header for me, so now I intend to promote the header, we got redundancy. Okay, so that is why I rather clean up some of the unwanted steps first, and I start from fresh. So now I start from fresh. I see 3 redundant steps. I say remove top 3 rows. I click OK. So now much cleaner. The steps are much lesser now, see? So now I can add the next step, which is to promote the header. So now what I want you to do, where to promote the header, it is here. Look at that. It is here. Use first row as headers. Use first row as headers. Click one time only, the big button, use first row as headers, and voila. And what you get, you see, now promoted header and change that also, I don't need to worry. Free of charge given to me. Automatically change type. Okay, but the zip again lah, you know, the problem with the zip lah. The zip column, I want to standardize, all must be in text. So click the 1, 2, 3, again, make sure you select text and replace current step. There you go. This is wonderful. So we have actually got our geography table better state now. Okay, better condition. Zip, city, state, region, district, and country all promoted to be the header, and the type has been identified. Every column type is identified properly, right? But do take note, if I go right all the way to the bottom, okay, if I go talk about at the bottom, I cannot scroll down to the bottom because why? We got a lot of rows here, okay? If I scroll right to the bottom, now to remind you, I want to show you, you don't need to follow me. I just want to show you from my BI dimension file. The geography table comes from the geo sheet, okay? The geo sheet, right? So this sheet has got lots of particular row, 40 over 1,000 rows. But right at the bottom, if I were to talk about right at the bottom there, are there any problems at the bottom? So there are no problems at the bottom. So which is good, okay? Which is good. Fine. But now let's go to the manufacturer. Manufacturer, I told you we are going to now reshape this table, because this table is not the normal table we know of. All right? Yes, okay, thank you so much. We got many participants supporting me and helping me to answer the questions. Thank you so much. Yes, because sometimes I'm busy demonstrating here. So if you guys know how to do that, yes, thank you so much. Okay, we've got many class monitors here, you know, helping me to answer this question. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. So now, in the manufacturer table, which is actually the unorthodox one, okay, fine. Now, let me close this. I want us now focus on the manufacturer table. The geography table is, ooh la la, all done already. So now I want you to go back to your manufacturer. Look at the manufacturer table. It's in a mess. It's in a mess. First of all, okay, let's do one by one, step by step. Can you see that the bottom, now the bottom 3 rows are redundant? Am I right? Actually, I told you the table is now horizontally oriented. The manufacturer ID, manufacturer logo, these 3 are supposed to be column names and it's supposed to be vertical. But before we actually switch the axis vertical, The bottom 3 rows got 2 null, and then there's a stupid label here, right? These 3 rows must be removed. So you should know where to go now. Okay. And again, one more thing. Can you see that they all started always with promoted header and change type? There's nothing to promote, you know. So what I want you to do now, right, okay, is you delete the change type and also delete the promoted headers. Okay. Delete the change type and delete the promoted headers. Or actually, come to think of it, the promoted headers supposed to be okay lah, right? Because you column 1, column 2, all that. But anyway, once you've deleted these two, that means the first row will need to be eliminated, and the last bottom 3 row also must be eliminated. So let's start by remove rows, top rows 1, correct? The first row number 1 should be eliminated. Top rows 1, click OK. So remove top rows 1. Then again, remove rows, but this time bottom rows. This is bottom rows, 3 rows. I click OK. Okay, let me verbally repeat, guys. After you deleted change type and promoted header, watch my applied steps. I have removed top rows, which is 1, bottom rows, which is 3. Okay, remember this. I have removed 1 row. This is top. This one, I have removed 3 rows. Bottom 3 rows, top 1 row. All right. That's the current condition here. Okay, now, in order for us now to make this table to be the normal recognizable table, which is supposed to be vertical in nature, we are going to do something called transpose a table. Transpose, right, is in the transform ribbon. Click transform ribbon. You can see transpose button here. Let me highlight this. Transform ribbon. You can see transpose. Transpose is an act of reversing the axis. The column become the row become the column. You understand me? That's actually how you invert the table and turn it around from being horizontally aligned or laid out into vertical layout. Just one click transpose, guys, please. One click transpose and ta-da! We have everything nicely done. And finally, I'm sure you know what to do. Can anyone tell me our last activity is to do what? After you transpose, you see now much more recognized, right? So what should we do now? Type it out into the meeting chat. Anyone? Use first row as header, promote header, header apply. Oh yeah, very good, very good. We got very smart people here. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely correct. Click one more time, return to the home tab, the home ribbon. Then you click use first row as headers. Similar thing that you promote. When you click this one, they promote the first row as a header, and usually the change type are automatically given to you as a bonus step. When you promote the first row as a header, they auto detect every column with the proper data type. So that is why the change type is a bonus step you will get. And make sure that it's correct. So manufacturer ID is 1, 2, 3. No problem. Correct. Then manufacturer and their logo, they're all text. Absolutely good. The logo is actually just a URL to the logo picture where they are hosted. Okay. Not to worry. Just that. Okay, we are done. So all our tables are perfectly formatted and transformed, right? So sales and international sales, these two, finally, we are going to merge them. Sorry, not merge. Append them together. Okay, so this is roughly what we are going to do now. So let's see, geography table still got empty row. Shall I remove the empty row? Where got empty row already? If you follow me exactly, right, there are no more empty row in the geography. Geography table still got empty row. only top rows, but remember from here, top rows, before that, right? Like this, 3 rows, top 3 rows are empty. I don't know where you got, where's your empty row? The empty rows are right at the top only. There's no more empty rows somewhere at the bottom. Okay, so when I started 3 empty rows, not empty rows lah, 3 redundant rows, 1, 2, 3. You use the column quality or column quality, right? Okay, if you're talking about that, they are column null value, not empty row. When you say empty row, what is a row? This is a row. But when you say column quality, right, inside the column, right, they got a value which are empty. For example, here, okay, yeah, region and city, I can see region and city got empty. How do I know? Watch this. The rest all full green. Suddenly got this. You can see now. Here they say 19 empty. The value inside empty. Region also some value are empty. See that or not? This one. This one is expected because there are some countries or whatever that they do not have a region or they don't have a city, something like that. Okay. So just accept it. This one is okay. Is the value inside are null? Don't worry. Not the whole row. Okay. So there's no need. Okay. Whatever we need to clean, I've mentioned it. There's nothing else. Anything I don't mention, I don't need to clean. That's for our current exercise situation. Okay. Right. So that's it. Let's proceed. Okay. Now, let's append the table. Sales and international sales. Anything I don't mention, right? Okay, no need to worry. Because whatever needed to be cleaned according to my, to our exercise requirements, we have done it. Okay. So sales and international sales needed to be appended together. Now, this is actually a big thing now. I'm going to append international sales to sales. Listen carefully here. I want to append international sales to sales, meaning sales is the target. International sales, I'm going to read all the rows and append them into sales. Okay? So now, where is that thing? This is it. Append queries. There are actually 2 options there. Append queries and append queries as new. I don't need new because sales is the table already. I wanted the data to be maintained. And then the new data coming from international sales should be appended directly in sales. So I just click append queries. When I click append queries, right, they ask you what table to append. And you can see when they click the drop down, they say that current, the bracket, currently you are in sales lah. Obviously, don't choose like this lah. Then you duplicate the data already. So table to append, right? Of course, you choose international sales. So they will read international sales, right? And then they're going to add it into your sales. But remember, currently my sales table here, we don't have country column, right? Remember, international sales has an extra country column. But when we click OK, what I told you earlier and what you should understand now is that the extra country column will be added into this column, this table. But because the original sales rows doesn't have a country column, there are going to be many values which are null in this country, especially those coming from USA. All right, the country column are added to only the rest of the countries. For example, Argentina, oh sorry, there's no Argentina, there's Australia, Canada, and all that. So when you click OK now, guys, and you see, I told you, sales now has suddenly got country column added and vast amount of null, all null. But as you scroll all the way down, right, there will be those coming from Australia, Canada, Germany, all that, they will have a country. This is what we will have. So now sales table is now loaded completely with all the rest of the world. So I want you guys to check this out. Go to country drop down now, click load more, click the country column, drop down, load more, and make sure I want you to see that you will have everybody in there. Okay, you should have null. Why null? Null, definitely now is USA lah. Then the rest like Canada, Australia, Germany, Japan, Mexico, Nigeria, all are appended directly here. This table is now super big, right? So cancel. Again, every time I click drop down and load more, just to look and see only. I don't intend to filter. So don't click OK. You should click cancel. Okay. So the null is something that we want to find and replace. So I want you to find and replace. Okay, just find all the nulls here replaced with USA. That's it. Right click, replace values. Okay, right click, replace values. So now value to find, don't type anything, not even space. And some more, yeah, a lot of people sometimes type like this, NULL. Don't go and type null. You type null, is like they're looking for an actual value called null. No need to type anything, then that's null. But when you replace with, you say USA. Value to find, leave it, don't touch anything. Directly go to replace with USA. Okay, then that's it. Click OK. So how is it replaced? It seems like the column, the null, right, doesn't seem to work. What's going on here? Actually, today, when you talk about null, right, okay, even though it's empty, let me show you. Click here. Value to find, NULL. Let's see if I select NULL. I just type like this. Click OK. So then when you type null, yes. So I want to actually highlight this. For new versions of Power BI today, you need to type the value null. Right? In those old days, right, you don't need to type the value null. So those of you who are using an older version of Power BI, you do not need to type the word null. Today, you need to, okay? All right, so you will still need to enter the NULL and then just type the USA, right, for newer versions. I just purposely show you that when you don't put in anything, it will not work. But those were the days, okay? An older version, I think up to like version 2020 or something like that, or 2021 version, you do not need to type a null. All newer versions, they need you to specify the word null, okay? So you still type NULL and replace with USA. So what happened if the header name is not exactly the same between the two tables? Header name not exactly the same, they will add those which is treated as a new one. For example, the first table, right, got a column called revenue. Just because one table, right, okay, the second table, right, the revenue is called REVENU without an E. Then when you append, right, you will have two column revenue. One column revenue with the E, the other column revenue without E. Not the same means new column. You understand me? New column, they just add it. They treat it as a new column. So you must match the column to be the same name, then only they know that the value will be appended. If the column names are not the same, just because of a silly typo mistake, you will get the column added as a new column. Okay, get it? So whether the column is existing or not existing, well, it's added. All right, so now drop down here. I want you to click load more. Make sure you got no more nulls. You've got USA along with the rest of Australia, Canada, Germany, and all that. There you go. So no more null in there. So Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, Mexico, Nigeria, USA. So cancel. And now I want you to refresh the preview. When you refresh the preview here, wait, I think here they still show you empty. Can you see that the empty? Because they never do another recalculate of the profile. So even though you have filled up all the nulls, right, as of now, they still regard that there are still a lot of empty rows. Can you see the number 4198753 are all rows from the USA? Okay. Yeah, so that is why don't worry about the column profiling unless again you change your profile. So you click here, column profiling based on maybe top 1,000 rows. So they'll reprofile, and when they reprofile, can you see now the country column are now all green. Okay, all green already. Okay, cool. Okay, yours 0 empty. That's very good. Okay, cool. All right, so now the country column is done. All right. Okay, so let's see now. Revenue 1.2. Yeah, now we have to fix revenue, right? Remember the revenue column? Revenue column got many decimal places, you know. Some are inconsistent decimal places. I'm sure you know the revenue column 1.2. You must actually change to fixed decimal number. Make sure that they are only detecting the 2 decimal places, and they should be formatted to support currency once we load this up. So change type 1 here. Okay, there'll be a new change type 1 revenue. So country is ABC already. That's good. All right. So the rest units is already 1, 2, 3. Zip is ABC. All right. I think everything is good lah. No problem. Okay. So now, what we are going to do now, right? Okay, is this. This data here, right? You can see here the date. Let me just click this drop down here, date, right? Okay. If we load more, there are data, right? Okay, starting from year 2012, you know. These are sales data all the way to year 2019. Wow, there's like 8 years worth of sales transaction. Now, in order for us to actually have a base start of this data set, I want our data set to be not too big, you know, okay, not too big. So that is why we want to limit a subset of the data. So what we want to do right now is we want to start analyzing only the last 3 years of sales. So we want to filter the rows, right, to keep only the last 3 years. We do not want too much. The last 3 years means the final is 2019, right? So 2019, 2018, 2017. So we need to start from 2017 to 2019. That's it. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to show you how to filter these rows. So what I want to do now is on the date table, sorry, the date column drop down, I want to perform a date filter. Now, previously, I want to highlight this. Previously, date filters you can choose in the previous. Date filter in the previous. So keep rows where date is in the previous, like 3 and then years. Today, it doesn't work anymore because today, this in the previous 3 years is only usable, right? Okay, based on the current date. Current date is year 2024. They use the current date and time of your computer, you know. So if you say in the previous 3 years, they take 2024, 2023, and 2022, we don't have such data. So when you click OK, you will have blanked out. Okay, you will have blanked it out. So this is actually whereby we don't use is in the previous 3 years. We have to, because the data is until 2019. So we want 2017 to 2019. So the only way to do this, right, we have to choose actually a range. So maybe we just do this is after. I just choose is after. Is after, and then we select a value. 1st of January 2017. That's it. We specifically, we manually type in a filter that we want only sales after 2017. From 1st of January 2017 after that, okay? I think I missed out a slash. 1/1/2017. So it's after. I think it's on or after. I want it to be is after or equal to. Sorry, I want 1st of January also to be included together. So I should say is after or even equal to. Because if you say is after, that means only 2nd January onwards. All right. So is after or equal to 1/1/2017. All right. Everybody got it? So once you've got it running, okay, once you've got it done here, now what we're going to do, we are going to click OK. When we click OK, So we have filtered the rows. Now, how do I know whether I filtered the rows or not? Now I'm going to click the drop down here. I'm going to click on load more and make sure that the dates all start from 1 slash, in my case, 1/2 slash 2017. That means apparently 1st of January got no sales, no data. And all the way to 2019. It really seriously gets formatted, gets filtered. Now, in my case, right, you should also understand one thing. The regional settings of my file follows my regional settings. You should also realize that my date on my computer, right, I got used to the American way of dates. MMDD, I don't use DDMM. Even my computer date is actually 6/26 today. So that is why, don't be surprised, the date here, this is 2nd of January, this is 5th of January, not 1st of May. This is not 1st of January, 1st of July. This is 6th of January, 5th of January, 7th of January. This is MMDD format. Okay. But if I am not mistaken, you guys, when you open your Power BI desktop, when you create a new blend report, your Power BI regional settings should follow your own regional settings of your computer. Okay. So in my case, mine is MMDD. You guys, if you're using English Malaysia, then should be DDMM. All right. And for those of you who are coming from different or other countries, well, maybe you just need to check, make sure that it follows exactly the locale, the regional settings of your computer. Okay. Please take note of that. Okay, good. So now I have filtered a smaller set of data because when I load, I do not want to, you know lah, this one, right, I total would be actually how many millions, and it should be tens of millions. So that's the reason why I want to filter the only last 3 years so that to keep a smaller subset of the data. And finally, that's it. We are done. This international sales table, do we still need it? We don't need it to be loaded together. When we load, remember this, I only want to load these 4 tables. The international sales, I don't need to load it because the data is already appended into the sales. So international sales is a table. You don't delete, but you just say disable the load. So how do you do that? You right click international sales. You can see enable load. You right click, and it is already enabled with loading. I want you to click one time, enable load, right? And you can see automatically the table name is italic. The table name is italic. When you say that, if I see that the table name is italic, right? You can see that it means it's not enabled with loading. So when you right click international sales, enable load has been turned off. What does it mean by enable load is turned off? Which means when you now close your PQE, finally load everything to your Power BI, this table is not going to be loaded. They will load only and import in all 4 tables. Okay. All right. So you missed out the filter part. Okay. Now I guess you guys have to really follow me closely. The filtering of the sales, right, is the date column. Date column drop down. Okay. And you can see date filters. In the date filters here, you should select is after. Okay. But actually you can choose, let me show you like this. You choose here is after or equal to, and then you choose 1st of January 2017. Okay. So click the drop down on the date column, choose date filters, and you choose is after. But then you change this to is after or equal to. So January the 1st, 2017, and click OK. That's it. So then please, this one you must follow me. Right click international sales, disable the load. By clicking enable load, they will disable it. You can tell that by the fonts, the font of the name of the table. The font is italicized. Italic means not loading up. These 4 are still regular font, so they will be loaded. Okay. All right. So now, what I want you guys to do, that's all. We just click close and apply button. In the close and apply button, right? I just want you to click on close and apply. Now, PQE will close now, and they are now going to load only 4 tables. The international sales are not going to be loaded. They're just evaluating, as you can see. The rest are copying and moving already. This international sales, they just keep at bay. They're just evaluating. They're not going to be loaded. See, they're loading the sales and all that. They're finally loading to the main table. Okay, so close and apply. Yeah, top left-hand corner of your Power Query editor, you can see the first button, close and apply. That's it. Click on close and apply. So just now, okay, let's say, for example, you're still here. Once you are ready to load, okay, make sure that you click on this button, close and apply. All right. Okay, follow closely. Just try to follow closely, because we've got, yeah, I mean, I know that there are a lot of people here and all that, okay, but like I said, that there are things that we do in Power BI, it's hard for me to undo and repeat again, okay? So once you close and apply, you can see that now on the data panel, I've got 4 tables loaded. Geography, manufacturer, product, and sales. And finally, I want to know what is the total row count. I click table view. I switch from the report view to table view. In the table view, finally, I see geography table, 176,929 rows. That's my geography table. Total row count at the bottom, 176,929 rows. Manufacturer, well, one glance can know, right? 14 manufacturers. Product table, we got 2,412 products only. And finally, sales table. You see, even with filter, the last 3 years still got 3 over million rows. almost 3.2 million. Can you imagine if we don't filter? It should be in the multi-million number of rows. It should be more than 10 million. So filtered, okay, the last 3 years, 2017 to 2019 transactions sales is 3,181,556 rows. Be aware of that, okay? So this will be the total number of rows we have. So this will be the view of your data, okay? If you go to the product table, right, look at the RRP. The RRP column, right, it's actually your, currency. They're automatically selected as following US dollar. They'll use dollar. If you want to change your currency value, the currency symbol, it should be in a formatting at the top. You can see it's already currency formatted, and you can click the drop down here on the currency, the dollar sign. You can choose other currency symbol from here, right? Usually I choose English United States. So I just maintain US dollar. So 2 decimal places. So the currency, it says USD, right? Fine. And in the sales table, right, similarly, can you see the revenue column? The revenue column, right, I even though fix it as a fixed decimal number, but there's still 4-digit decimal places, all that. Okay. So what you need to do right now is, because of currency auto, currency now, so you have to change it to currency English United States to fix it to 2 decimal places. So take note, once everything loaded up, you switch to a table view, and you have to go into your sales table, look at the revenue column where there's money value, and also the product table also got the RRP column, which is a money value. You choose your currency formatting, okay? The date column also, suddenly they gave me long date format. Can you see long date format? The long date format. So the long date, you want it to be short date, it's also in the format here. Drop down. Then you can choose short date format. Click short date. And then they change to short date format. So no need to be long date. All formatting is here at the top under column tools. Once you load it, okay, please make sure you give this table view a visit. Give it a visit, okay, and you will have the model loaded. Okay, you guys good? All right, so those of you who are still loading it, yeah, you got to actually wait for it to happen a bit, no problem, all right? But once you've done that, please make sure that you go to the product table and also the sales table to update the currency for the revenue column and the price column, and the date column in the sales also. I change it to short date format. I don't need long date. Once it's all loaded, right, finally, I switch over to the model view to check out our data model. Now, check this out. Except for the geography table, right, the relationship is not there. Can you see that Power BI automatically creates a relationship? They automatically create a relationship, build it up, okay? All these are done by matching the column names. Yeah, this is actually super powerful. Why the column naming must be consistent? Because like I say, relationship are auto-detected. This relationship, you can see, is using manufacturer ID to the manufacturer ID of the product table. Okay, and then the sales table, right, okay, is actually based on product ID connected with the product ID. So the relationship between the product to the sales is based on the product ID. So this relationship is created automatically, no need to worry. Except for geography not connected yet, we shall do this later after lunch. Okay, remember this is the model view. You click the model view button, you will come to here and change. Okay, to go back to the raw data, what do you mean by going back to remember the view I've told you since the early part? Table view, report view, table view, model view, switching the views. The views are all on the sidebar. Okay. Report view, you view your page where you design your report. Table view, you view your data, which you just loaded just now, right? Model view is when you view your relationship. All the views are on the side, the left-hand side panel. Okay. So this table view shows you the confirmed data that you have processed in your PQE and loaded. When you click close and apply, they apply all the steps in the PQE, they close the PQE window, and back to here, they load it for you, okay? All right, so now we haven't saved anything. It's quite dangerous. So you can see that our main Power BI data file right here is still untitled. So those of you who are ready, just click on save. Right, I want you to save it to a location. Usually I save it to the same location of my NTW PBI folder. Okay, I'm going to save it now. Give it a name called My First Report. Power BI files are with an extension .pbix file. That's the extension of a Power BI file. So every time, whenever you see a PBIX file, know that it's a Power BI report file. Okay, so just type in the file name, My First Report. It will save it as a .pbix. Just click save. And once you save it, right, now, let me show you. Oh, where's the file? Hang on. My First Report. The file's supposed to be very big size. I think I saved it wrongly. Wait, hang on. I file, save as. I'll save it. Oh, yeah, I save it outside the data. I should save it inside the data. I save it inside the data, My First Report. So once you save it, right, you can see here, My First Report. Can you see the file size? Almost 13 megabytes, So what contributes to the size of it? I haven't even started designing any report. So because remember, when you load all these table data, it contributes to the size of your Power BI file, right? It doesn't come cheap. So the more data you have, the more tables you have, and depending on the volume of data you save in your PBIX file, whatever that is imported, right, it is saved together in your PBIX file. That actually decides the size of your Power BI file. Remember, Power BI file cannot exceed a gigabyte. And of course, we are far, far away from 1 gigabyte, right? But please try your best to restrict and limit the size. Don't ever try to reach the full potential and test the tolerance of the file size. Okay, you shouldn't want that to happen anyway. Okay, so once you have saved that, okay, so what we're going to do now is we are going to break here for lunch, and this is the file that I am going to maintain open, because after this we are going to continue exploring and we're going to do modeling. Modeling is all about the relationship. Okay, this model view. We're going to spend a bit longer time talking about data modeling and how we're going to build this relationship for the geography. Okay, so thank you so much. Welcome back again. So like I said, that now we are focusing on the model view. The model view, now earlier, before I forgotten to start recording, there was actually relationship. So let me get back to relationship. Fastest way is I go to manage relationship and auto detect. They can auto detect 2 new relationships, close and close. So the relationship came back. When the relationship came back, you can see that the report which I'm going to build, what I tried to demonstrate earlier, let's say I drag and drop the manufacturer name, they automatically show me a table, right? It's just a table with the column manufacturer. And I drag product ID, which they will automatically count. They perform a count function, automatically count the product ID, and they show me all the products. It's a count, right? But not yet count. See, they show me only product ID. I need to make a count for this. So in the drop down here, but actually the best way is you prepare first. You don't want a table. So I prepare first. I want it to be a clustered column chart. I click this button here, which is a clustered column chart. Get ready. Now I drag the manufacturer to the x-axis. You can drag and drop it inside here. You can drag and drop it here in the x-axis. So manufacturer is on the x-axis. Next, I want the product ID from the product table to the y-axis. When you drag it to the y-axis, they will count of product ID. See, they count it. This is how. Okay, this is my first chart. Next one, I click outside. I want to now choose a bar chart. Okay, bar chart. Widen it. And again, I'm going to drag manufacturer name, drag and drop it inside. Automatically will be on the y-axis. And then now I want to count the revenue to the x-axis, and they are able to do so. But what I want to showcase is the most important or the most critical thing that you have to understand is the model view. The moment if I delete this relationship, yes, right click and delete. Yes. No more. I've broken all relationships among the tables. If I return to the report view, everything haywire already. You see that? When the relationship comes back, then it's no problem. Okay, so here, all are wrong. I return to model view. To quickly create the relationship, which I demonstrated earlier, you go to manage relationship. In the list, there's no relationship. Then you can see there's an auto detect button. When you click auto detect, they automatically detect and found 2 new relationships. When you close 1 time and close 2 times, the lines came back. All right. Auto detect can be performed because the design of my column names are the same. For example, between these 2 tables, this side is called manufacturer ID. This is also manufacturer ID. Okay. For this line here, this side here, okay, is called product ID and also product ID. That's why they know, right, how to build the relationship for us. The reason why geography, right, okay, is not in the relationship. Even though some people say, hey, why geography cannot? Here got country, here also got country. How come they cannot detect? The reason why they cannot detect because there is an ambiguity. Even though the column name is country and the same, they still not just so blind looking at column names, and when they match, they build. They don't just do that. they see column names match. They also go inside the column and test the value. The value between two sides got matching or not. They surely got matching, but the problem with this country and this country is many. This country also duplicated many. Remember my geography table, huh? Look at that, geography table. Country is not unique, you know. Okay. Similarly, in my sales table, right, country also not unique. Both also many. Many to many relationships, right, is supported, but will never be created as an automatic relationship. They will treat this as ambiguous, meaning suspicious. Power BI automatic detection will only try to achieve one-to-many or one-to-one. Okay, for one record on this side, there can only be one record on the other side. That's one-to-one. One-to-one and one-to-many are common type of relationships. Many-to-many are considered complicated type of relationships. We talk about human being, also same thing lah, right? Okay, many-to-many is like what? Wow, very complex, right? So, in fact, in the database concept, in the relational theory, okay, we always try to say that many-to-many relationships do exist, but it is at most, we need to avoid them. In real world, there cannot be, what do you call that? Many-to-many relationships. We cannot avoid them. There are times we really do have many-to-many, but if you hope for automatic detection, no. If you want really a many-to-many, you must manually create the relationship. Let me show you how to manually create relationships. Right click, I delete again. Let's say I don't rely on automatic. Okay, if you don't use automatic relationships and I want to build them back, right? How am I going to do that? So it's just very simple. You must know is ID to ID. Either way, click and drag. I zoom in, click and drag. And you don't simply drop, you don't simply drop. You drag already. Look at that match, must match one. Look at the dotted box, the dotted line box. Match manufacturer ID, release. When you release, they will show you the details. Confirm you are actually matching manufacturer ID, And look at the cardinality is one-to-many. Cross filter direction is a single direction, one side, one filter many. Confirm. No need to do anything here, usually, and save. And you can see one-to-many. Okay. Similarly here, product ID to product ID. So just drag product ID, matching a product ID, release, also confirm product ID, one-to-many. You can see in the drop down here, many-to-many is supported, yeah. They do support. But like I say, automatic relationship detection, Power BI will never service that. You have to do it on your own accord, manually like this, okay? So then I just click on save. This is how you do manually, one by one. But if your column, right, they are all named correctly, right, pairing the column names correctly, the auto detect will serve you well. Once the relationship is back, then in the report view, your reports will be correct. Okay. Anyone miss anything? You guys understand fully? Okay. So this is actually just for me, right, to really emphasize the importance of the relationship in your model view. Okay. So most importantly, you must know, do not actually ignore the model view. This model view is utmost importance. I am a seasoned Power BI person. Okay, I've been exposed to Power BI for a long time. Okay, in fact, I'm the trainer lah, right? So-called a Power BI guru. In fact, my habit, right, is like this. Every time somebody give me a new data file or somebody give me a Power BI file and I try to study, the first thing when I open the file, I don't go to table view or what, I immediately jump to the model view and study the model view. That's my habit. Okay. Every time when you are trying to build a new report, okay, you've got many data sources. You already import all the table. You clean up already. Once close and apply from the PQE. Once everything loaded, actually, I don't come to table view and look at the data. There's nothing good to look about it. I immediately come to model view and study this first. I want to be clear. All the required relationships, are they created or not? This is very important. So now we found out that the geography table, right, is not connected. We shall be exploring how we're going to connect that. Because country and country, they are both many and many, I don't. I want the geography table, right, to be unique. I want this to be the one side. Because study the data first. Look at the data. So apparently here, country is not unique, district not unique, but people still think that maybe zip code is unique, ma. Isn't the zip code unique? But let me tell you one thing, the zip code may not necessarily be unique, no. Let me show you a drop down. I go and sort by the zip code in ascending order. Now I sort in ascending order. Now I'm trying to observe, are there any duplicates? Seems unique so far. Seems to be unique so far. These are all the zeros, you know. But I remember, okay, that there are some other zip codes, right, which are actually the same. There are duplicates. I can't show right now. I can't seem to find any one of these are duplicates. But very simply put, there's a way for me to, let me clear the sort. There's a very simple way for me to actually identify whether the zip is unique or not. Okay. Oh yeah, actually there's a proof here. Look at this. Look at the status bar. Geography here. Total 176,929 rows, right? But the column zip, right, has got 159,918 distinct values. Distinct values means only 159,918 unique values. That means there are 20,000 values, okay, which are duplicated. This is confirmed. Because if the column of the zip is unique, total row and the distinct value must be matching. That means that every value of the zip, it's matching by itself. Why is the distinct value lesser than the total rows? Means there are some values which are duplicated. You get what I mean? Okay. So this is actually what I intend to prove to you. So there are zip codes, okay, which are, you know, not unique. There are zip codes which are duplicated. Now, this one is actually something very easy to understand. If you have one postcode, let's say 46200, I'm in PJ. Okay. My general consulting, our company is in PJ, is in Jaya 1, right? So PJ here, our postcode 46200. Can I guarantee that 46200, this 5-digit postcode number, is unique in the entire world? No. Maybe Australia also got 46200. Maybe USA also got 46200. Am I right now? Different district, different counties, different states, you know. So that is why this is a situation that we're having here right now. The zip code cannot guarantee uniqueness. Within a country may be unique, but when we mix with so many other countries, it cannot be unique anymore. So there will be a way that we're going to fix this. If one column cannot be unique by itself, we may want to create what we call composite composite columns, meaning we combine two or more columns together will be unique. All right. For example, okay, I will combine the zip and the country. So Mexico 68796 is unique. If there's another country also got 68796, right, it will be duplicated. But when we combine zip and country, so 68796 Mexico is unique, but 68796 USA, that's a separate one. So sometimes you have to combine a few values from more than two columns to make it unique. This is actually one very quite considered as an advanced or intermediate to advanced data modeling topic. All right. So don't worry, we shall be slowly doing that. You just need to follow this. Okay. So that is why now with the relationships properly created so far, it will be able to answer these two visual. Sum of revenue by manufacturer. This is count of product ID by manufacturer. Okay. So now I want us all to formally, all follower, to formally do this. I will delete all this and let's do it together one more time. This is whereby I want everybody to do it. Our first data exploration. I want you to click clustered column chart. The first row, number 4, from the left. In the visualization gallery here, the first row from the left, number 4. Clustered column chart. Click on it. You'll get it here. This cluster column chart, right? I now want you to drag the country column from the geography. Right inside here, drag the country column from the geography. If you don't want to drag, what else? You see, every column also got a checkbox. You just tick it, tick or check, same lah, right? American call it check, and British call it tick. So we Malaysia follow British, so we call it tick lah, right? So tick lah or check lah. Country. They automatically put it there. Okay. Next, go to sales table, right? I want the number now. There, revenue. Check it or tick it, revenue. So now I got something like this. You should realize that everybody is reporting, every country reporting the same $1.35 billion. You know of the problem here. I purposely ask you to drag country from the geography and then revenue from the sales. You know already geography is a lone ranger, stand alone. They were not connected to sales. That's the reason why this is happening. Okay. So there's no relationship there. So we need to actually create a relationship. Now, to prove to you, I'll go back to the model view and forcibly drag the country to country. Drag country to country release. See, I told you. They will tell you a warning already at the bottom. Just now, when we create a relationship manually like this, they don't give you a warning. The cardinality, they say, is many to many. Can you see that? It's many to many. Supported one, yes. But then they are giving you amaran, okay, warning. This relationship has cardinality many to many. This should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values and that significantly different behavior of many to many relationships is understood. They give you a warning and there is also a link for you to learn more about many to many. Sometimes they warn you of a certain danger, but there are times again that you don't necessarily need to worry about that. Okay? Because why? Sometimes it is expected that the many-to-many will serve a purpose for your reporting. But many times, right, the many-to-many, as I've encountered, when you do DAX, if you venture into DAX, do calculation, there might be a big problem or issue in your DAX calculation. So that's the reason why I stress caution on using many-to-many. Okay? Now, what if I cancel? Then you say, okay lah, I use zip lah. Okay, two side also got zip lah. Okay, I should drag zip to zip. Again, I told you, zip also both side not unique. Confirm already. Also, the reported at the bottom has cardinality called many to many. Not good, not good. Okay, so that's why none of the columns between these two tables are good candidate to create a relationship. So this is where now I'm going to actually show you how we can build a composite column for uniqueness. I told you just now, zip, combining zip and country. Okay, let's go to the table view. I want you to go to the table view, right? And we're going to create a new column in, first of all, the sales table. Go to the sales table first. Click the sales table. Okay. So in the sales table, right, I want to create a new column here called zip country. Can you see there's a new column? When you click the sales table, you can see that up there, new column. This is the first DAX code you will be writing. Like I said, DAX can be very simple all the way to be very, very complex. But like I said, do not think that you can learn all the DAX here. We don't have time. Okay, remember the total Power BI syllabus that I have created over the years, right? I split them up into different courses. Now you can visit my Gembrain Consulting, our company's website, okay, for more information. In fact, my Power BI syllabus, okay, is so complete, it caught the attention of USM. Okay, so now we at Gembrain is offering a professional certification for Power BI, different from Microsoft's original certification. Okay, this one, Microsoft certified, you know, they have the certification. But mine, okay, is actually a certification accredited by the University Science Malaysia. It's an academic plus professional certification. This is actually, right, accredited and governed by Graduate School of Business, GSB, Graduate School of Business from USM. So we have a professional certificate of Power BI. Okay, and this is an 8-day program, but not straight 8 days lah. So it's like combining 4 courses. Each course is 1 module with work and exam. Once you finish all 4 courses or 4 modules, when you pass the project assessment, which I'll grade, then you get a certificate directly from USM. It's not from us. Okay, it's a USM Graduate School of Business certificate titled Professional Certificate in Data Analytics with Power BI. Okay. Is it weekend class? Well, not really. We haven't really come up with an assignment, but I think if you want more information, right? Yeah, we do have a class schedule already somewhere, but it's not really a weekend class. We don't have weekend class for that because, for example, module 1, okay, module 1, it's a 2-day class, which is a starting point of Power BI. Module 2 is DAX, 3-day class DAX. Module 3 is actually data modeling, 2 days. And the final module is advanced dashboarding strategies, 1-day class. So all these add up together 8 days. Okay, so there are some classes we need like 3 days. You know, the longest one is the DAX one, 3 days. So we are still arranging because this is quite new. We just got our accreditation like a month or a month or 2 ago. So we are still coming up with the plan for the classes, and we are gonna then open up for intake. Okay. So anyway, like I said, my Power BI journey is very long. Okay, it's not like one day you can master the whole thing. Okay. So anyway, let's take a look at your very beginning, the first DAX code that you're going to learn how to write. This is very simple. We are not calculating, we are concatenating. Remember, we've got the zip column here. We're going to concatenate with a country column to produce a new column. So click new column here, click on new column. You can see the new blank column already standing by, and the formula bar here already, you know, stand by as well. And this formula bar, you can increase to get the font size. Okay, to increase the font size, see, I can increase the font size like this because it's too small, cannot see. To increase the font size, right, is very simple. Let me jot it down here. Okay, point to the formula bar. I put it into step 1. Make sure your cursor is pointing at the formula bar. Number 2, holding on to control key. Okay, and then roll up the mouse wheel. Roll down is to decrease the size. Roll up the mouse wheel is increase the size. Okay, that is how you increase the font size. But the formula bar for the M language inside PQE cannot have this feature. They don't have it. Only the formula bar in the DAX outside here in the table view, yes, can be increased and decreased. Okay, so pointing at the formula bar, holding on to control key, roll up the mouse wheel. All right, so I've increased it up to a size. So they're saying column equals to what? So the column name, I'm going to highlight here and give it a name. I'm going to call it zip country. Just call it zip country, because it's going to be zip column value plus country. So the formula will be, I type zip. When you type zip, they got autocomplete. The autocomplete will show you zip column in square bracket, but also they will mention the table name. This is red, okay, this is red as the zip column from the sales table. So zip column from the sales table. Okay. Ampersand is to concatenate. I want to concatenate with a comma and space, or maybe no need comma, no need space, just comma. Oh, sorry, like this. And further concatenate with now the country column. Country column, also sales country column, like this. Remember, you don't need to fully type everything. Again, I repeat, I just type ZIP, zip, enter. They auto capitalize for you. Here you put ampersand, which is to join, okay, concatenate with. Now, a text must be double quote, a comma and close. That means I only want to concatenate with one character, comma. After that, again, concatenate with, now country, then enter. That's it. And finally, when you enter, look at the zip country column. All done. Look at that. All taking the zip column, concatenate with a comma, and then concatenate with the country. Now I've got a column that is supposedly to be fully unique, right? All right. Oh yeah, so those of you who intend to, or maybe you are curious, okay, or you want to know more about the professional certificate of Power BI from our USM ones, you can actually go to our website, okay, to find out more. I'm trying to get my team here, okay, to show you the URL, okay, where directly going to the page about the professional certificate in Power BI, okay. All right. So anyway, you got this. Once you got this right, now done. Okay. Now, when you have got this column already added to the sales table, which means you also need to do the same thing, okay, on the geography table. Okay, the same thing on the geography table. But you cannot copy and paste. Why? Because country column is correct, zip column is correct, but the table name is different. So that's why you go back to a geography table. Geography table also new column. And this column also called zip country. And then now when you type zip, you can see it's now geography table and zip column. Just now was sales table, zip column. Table name different already, but when you concatenate, it's also the same with a comma. Then you concatenate again now with country. So now it's geography table, country column. Okay. Yes. All right. Okay, Yusuf, you already went up to our website. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes. I was thinking of my team will do that. Okay, but thank you so much. You actually went there. Yes, the training date has a tentative date already set. Okay, so it's going to start end of July. So 22nd and 23rd July will be the first module. That's a fundamental, right? 2 days fundamental. Module 2 is mastering formulas. That DAX is 29th to 31st July. That's a 3-day class. Then module 3, right, it will be in August. Okay, 12th to 13th August, 2 days also for modeling. And then final 1 day, 14th August. So it's actually not extending and not too long, right? So once you completed all this, right, and I'll give you an assessment and the exam, and once I graded, okay, and then you'll be passed, okay, and you'll get the professional certificate, which is issued by USM. Okay. Thank you so much, Yusuf. Thank you. Okay, so back to our data here. When you press enter, and again in this table, you can see the geography table now also have this. Look at that, all fully concatenated. Okay, and now can you see this? Can you now see this? Look at the bottom of the status bar. Now they match. This was what I anticipated. How do I know whether the column is unique or not? If the column is unique, right, the distinct value number and the total row number must match. Look at this. You see? Now they're matching. Just now, total row and also distinct value not matching. Okay. So does geographic location zip code is only for US or worldwide? All you see, there are many countries here, Mexico, Nigeria, all that, right? Every one of them got their own zip code, right? So this is actually what we have in the data here. Okay, every country, Mexico, if you look at the geography table, Mexico, Japan, Germany, all that, right? All the column in the zip, okay, none of them are null. All of them will have a value. So when you concatenate, they will be like this. Okay? Every country, okay, will have a zip code. Remember, zip, right, is an American term, right? We call it postcode. American is calling it zip. Zip code. So zip code, postcode, same lah. Here, because we follow the British, so British call it postcode, and so does many other countries call it postcode. But the Americans call it zip code. Okay. So this is confirming this is one already. See, all unique values. Okay. Yisham, no problem. You are most welcome. Right. Because of those, maybe some of you guys are thinking, what is zip? Well, zip code means postcode lah. It's just an American term. All right, now watch this. Once you are done, you go back to your model view. Can you now not drag and drop? Maybe you want to go auto detect. Now you'll be surprised. You think that there are now two columns created, zip country, and auto detect should work already. Now watch this. When I click auto detect, you'll be surprised. No new relationship. So this is also something that I would like to tell you. Any new column that we built are not going to be accepted by the auto detect function in the model view. Model view can only auto detect provided with the natural columns that once you import from the source. This is a newly crafted column based on a DAX formula. It's not accepted. Even though we purposely created the column for relationship purposes, but the auto detect function do not accept it. So they won't detect it, okay? So that leaves us no choice but to manually drag and drop zip country to zip country and release. Now you can see it says many to one and no more warning. Okay, no more warning. Right? So the way on how Power BI naturally does the auto detect, it doesn't support custom created column, only natural columns. Right? So now no more warning and just click save. And finally, yes, one is on the geography unique, many will be on the sales because same zip and country will have many different sales transactions, one to many. Finally, we are done. Once we connected with this, then I go back to my report and it's working already. Yay. Okay. You don't have zip country in the model view, but have you created did you created the column? Okay, if you have created in the model view, right, you cannot find zip country because zip start with Z at the bottom. Is it because that you are like this? You scroll or maybe you resize. Scroll down because there's a scroll bar, but sometimes okay, it's very small, right? So maybe when you resize, you can see because zip code Z start with Z is always at the last. Okay. Yeah, okay, so it's there. You watch it, there's a scroll bar one. Okay, because sometimes you never resize fully, right? When it's like this, you see there's a scroll bar. Just scroll it. Okay. Found it, zip in Japan and Canada missing for me. Abdullah. Which part? Is it on the geography table? You suppose once if your zip country is correct, remember this, the value must match. 176,929 here. Distinct value also same thing. 176,929. You don't have it. But in your, it's very weird. In a model view, sorry, in your table view, you already got a column, right? Missing from geography table. So how many rows do you have in your geography table? Is it 176,929? 176,929 must be the total number of rows. Your zip country should have all the same 176,929 numbers. Yeah, sometimes maybe if it's too big, sometimes depending on your laptop, right? Maybe if you kind of like run out of memory when they load, maybe they did not finish loading everything. Yeah, you can try to click the button refresh. Let's try and see whether it does that. All right, so I think maybe your PQE, yeah, Sun Huan, you mentioned it missing during PQE filtering, but your PQE, you don't filter everything, right? PQE, you only filter by the date. It's only 2017 to 2019. Okay, so you please need to refresh. And I don't know what kind of laptops that you guys are using, right? But in order for you to do this kind of data crunching and massive loading, you need to free up your memory. Do not run many programs. I know maybe some of you guys are still working. You got Outlook, you got this program, you got that program. It eats up, Power BI eats up a lot of your computer's memory. So please, okay, you try to, reduce the rest of the workload, opening up many programs here and there. So try to click refresh, okay? Just click refresh and see whether it runs or not. And if, let's say, after refresh, it still loads not enough 176,929, you got to revisit your PQE. You got to go back into your PQE and check what's happening in geography. Okay, so if I relaunch my PQE here, I go to my geography table. My geography table, as you can see, I've got only these steps. I remove top rows, and then I've promoted the header. That's it. I didn't do much also. The total number of rows from the geography table should be 176,929 by default. Okay, right? So zip country, and zip country is now created with a relationship. And you know what, guys? Now you can test, go back to your report. Just now I asked you to create sum of revenue by country. It is now working. You can see Canada is the lowest revenue with USA as number one. Okay, $800 million from USA. Australia is number two with $347 million, and so on. Right, so that's actually how we solve the issue with the geography not able to connect to your sales. So now we've got the sum of revenue by country. We just put it aside. Okay, maybe no need to make it so big first. Put it aside. We're going to create another chart here, another visual. Just need to wait for you all, whether you guys are ready. Anyone from here that who joined my physical training last week in Crystal Crown Hotel? Anyone joined again for a second time? Those of you who remembered me and you joined my physical face-to-face class back in the hotel last week. Because I actually told you guys that if you want to, go through the same training again, you can, but virtually this time. So I guess not, all right. Okay, got it, huh? Now, once you guys have got it, has gotten all that, now let us proceed. I want you guys now, go back to report viewer. This one, you just move it somewhere. With these empty spaces, I want to build a second chart now. You click outside. Make sure you click the empty area. Don't select this anymore. Click outside, so you want to build a second one. Okay, a second type of chart. Or maybe we don't need a second type of chart. Maybe, yeah, why not? Why not you focus back on the first chart? Yeah, let's do that. Let's focus back on the same chart. Okay, select it. Maybe increase the size so you guys can see better. Increase it first. You point to the handles to increase, resize it. Currently is sum of revenue by country. I want you to add another subject. The manufacturer, you drag it to the legend. Or you can just tick the manufacturer and it will be automatically put to the legend. Now the legend with various colors, it's all the manufacturer. Like this. Each country now has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 manufacturers. 11 bars. Some are tall, some are low, you know. So the legend with different colors represents manufacturers. Now, sometimes when you see something like this, right, it's very hard to see. For example, Canada, it's almost cannot see already. So thin, the values are so low. Maybe, yeah, you can change a different chart type. From being a clustered column chart, I want you to switch to a stack column chart. This is clustered column chart. Let me zoom in here. Currently, we are here, number 4. I want you to select number 2, the first row, number 2, stack column chart. When you click stack column chart, they stacked up like this. This doesn't solve the problem for Canada. Canada, their revenue is very low. So even by splitting with the different manufacturers, it doesn't show much. Okay. Stack. Okay, this is called stack column chart. Okay. Now, since we got 11 manufacturers, okay, now in a report, there are times, okay, that we do things, we show data, not for everything. I don't know about your requirements, okay, in your workplaces, but what comes common to me, people create reports, usually want to filter here, filter there, you know, they want to actually trim down the data. With so many manufacturers, we want to focus on the top 5 manufacturers only. Out of 11, I only want to look at who are the top 5 highest revenue manufacturers. So we're going to filter this, okay? We're going to filter this further. So there is a filter panel here. You can expand, white color panel here. Clicking the double chevron here, filters. You expand the filters panel, okay? And currently you can see this visual got 3 types of subject, 3 columns there. Country, manufacturer, sum of revenue. All are showing all. But we are filtering manufacturer, right? So you expand manufacturer. There's an expand here. Manufacturer, expand. I want to zoom in. Here, manufacturer currently is all. Okay, you hover, you point to here, you expand it. Now the filter type, right? You can change your filter type to top N. If you're looking for top 5, bottom 3, top 2, you know, it's all here. Top N type. And you can say, you can switch between top or bottom. Nobody look at bottom lah. I want to show top. Top, I told you 5, right? So you type 5 here. Top 5. Top 5 manufacturers by what? What is the value to determine they are top 5 or not? It's by their revenue. So what I want you to do now is you again go down to sales, drag one more time the revenue to here. You see, they ask you add fields here, add data fields here. So you drag revenue to here by value, revenue. So you see, when you release is by value, sum of revenue. So it is interpreted as the manufacturer top 5 by revenue, sum of revenue. Then nothing happens yet, because you haven't clicked apply filter. You must click apply filter. Click on it. And now you can see left only 5 manufacturers, 5 colors only. The legend shorter already. Country still all are, right? But remember, we are filtering manufacturers. So 5 manufacturers, Alki, Cruz, Natura, Pirum, and Van Arsdale. You can see Van Arsdale, the green one, in my case, green one, it's the thickest one. So these are top 5 manufacturers by the revenue. Highest percentage sales in Australia. Okay. Right. Now, when we have top five, sometimes you know why? Because there are many other non-top five manufacturers that we can group them together, you know. We're not interested to look at them individually. So remember just now got 11, right? Now we are showing top five individually, their own one color. The remaining six, I group them up together and I report all six as one group. I call it others, maybe. So how do you create grouping? How do you create the grouping? So first of all, what I want you to do is let's clear the filter first. In the filter right now, can you see manufacturers here? This filter, gray color. There's an eraser. Here, this one. Clear filter. Clear first. Clear already, eh? Back to normal, right? Putri says, don't know why your country did not come up. It just blanks. Have you gotten revenue in there? Your country is on the x-axis, but do you have revenue? Did you drag a number there? But it should not be blank, no? But do you have data, your country? Country is from geography, ma. I think some of you guys maybe, I don't know what kind of laptop you're running on. Maybe the data is just too much, you know. Did you manage to load everything? If you switch back to your table view, from the geography table, do you have complete rows there? 176929. Please ensure all the rows are in loaded. If you got 176929, right, you should have all the countries there. Your country should not be blank. You can see country, all right? Then, so what do you see in your report? I mean, in your report here, all blank. Is it all blank? Because it's just one bar. Okay, one bar, right? Okay, now go to your model view, right? Have you created the relationship between zip country and zip country? Is it connected? Have you connected this? Because that's the reason why we created the zip country and zip country, we connected it, right? So once it's connected, you should be able to use country with revenue. So you use country, not zip country. A zip country is only used for connection. We use country itself. So USA, Australia, all that. Okay, put three. You still can't get it. Let me see. Can you share me your screen? Because the only way that I can help you solve it is I look at the screen, you know, but I don't know whether you can share me your screen. Are you able to share me your screen? Do you have a share button? Okay, wait. You say that, can you show again how to add zip country to sales? Yeah, because both sides must have zip country, right? Because this relationship cannot be created if this side you don't have zip country. Both sides also must have zip country. Okay, so the way I did it, right, is remember the formula? This is zip country column, I write in geography table. Then sales table, I did the first time also. Zip country is same. Zip country equals zip from the sales, concatenate with comma, concatenate with country. It's connected, but no zip in sales. I cannot understand. Because you can only connect if you both the column is called zip country. Look at mine. Look at this. I connected, okay, because it's zip country and zip country. You cannot connect zip country to just zip. This one cannot. Remember, the name of the column must be the same. Two column must be created. We create two times the formula, right? Don't simply add one column and then just drag me. Tak main, okay? Tak boleh. I create both sides. Okay? Zip country here, zip country here. I created two times. Look at my table. This is sales table. Sales zip, sales country. Geography table. Geography zip, geography country. You must create both, then only can connect. You cannot connect wrongly. You connect with the wrong column, with the wrong name, not matching. Bye-bye. Okay. It appear automatically in two model? No, it won't appear automatically. You have to build the two columns first. Once you appear two columns, right, you created in the model view, it should be there. And make sure that you resize it so that you can see all the columns listed. Resize the diagram. Zip country start with Z, dia kat bawah. Okay. After the column, not table, the zip column is a column, not table, right? After this appear inside the sales, this appear inside there. Okay, baru ada kan? Okay, so you must actually resize it. A lot of you guys, like, cannot find. Watch lah, pay attention to the scroll bar. Dia ada scroll kan? Kalau if I do like this, right? So it's so obvious the scroll bar here. There's something to scroll. I resize it until no scroll bar. That is a full view. Okay, so easy to understand that. Zip country, drag to zip country. Okay. Just resize it. Your screen can be maybe too big or whatever, then then you have to scroll it. Okay. What if in the table country got no blank, but in the graph got blanks? In the graph got blanks. What do you mean by graph got blanks? USA, there's a blank there. The blank is what? Country name got blanks. But our country names are all perfectly cleaned up already, right? But again, can you evaluate your connection? Is it correct? Is it like this? Zip country with zip country? Are you connecting zip country with zip country and not any other column? It's correct, right? Okay, then you go to your geography table. In a table view, in the geography table, right? Your country column, drop down here. Do you have blank in there? You should not have blank in there. Try to look into a country column in geography table. Okay, drop down. So all the country is there, right? Okay, in your report, you still have blank. This is weird. Why your blank is that? Country and manufacturer. You use which country? Geography, from the geography table or sales table? My country, right, comes from geography. Don't use the country from sales. Doesn't work. From sales, I only use revenue. The country column not used from sales. Okay, it's from geography. I've never seen. I conducted the batch last week. There's no missing here. You're using geography. I think you must have missed some steps when we're doing cleanup or something like that. I'm not so sure what is going on here. Now, in your country, right, you've got all the values. Do you have all the 176,929 rows in your geography? I mean, in your geography table? You must have missed something, in your PQE. Did you load correctly? Did you have all that in? So your geography, remember, geography table, total number of rows, 176,929. Okay. The country column also must have all values in. Okay. 176,929. Okay. Then your relationship is correct. All like this. Zip country, zip country. Relationship is the same. Yes, I was also about to ask whether your data type is correct or not. Your data type. Because remember this, our data type for both tables, right, must be text. This is text. The other side also must be text. Before you write the concatenation, all that, right, you must have text and text. So can you go into your PQE one more time? Go back to your transform data here, inside PQE, click the transform data. Most importantly, geography table, zip is ABC, country ABC as usual. Zip is ABC. Sales already, we started zip is ABC all this while. The zip cannot be numbers. Both the zip column in sales and geography will be ABC. ABC, ABC. Can I share all the relationship in the model? The relationship is so brief, so little. It's one shot like this. 3 lines only. 3 relationships. Okay, if you are following that correct, okay. Okay, so here, yes, only 3 lines. Okay. Yes, I think we have to really proceed because this training, okay, it's if we are solving the issues in class, it is not a full, not a normal training. So it is recorded as well. So you will just need to refer based on the recording because I go through it. Okay, all the steps are there. All right. So anyway, any mistakes that you have it here, okay, is that you must properly load it lah. Okay. So now I've got all these manufacturers and all the countries are there. Now, most importantly, right, is you clear, okay? I want you to clear the manufacturers there. Clear the filter. Just now we filter by manufacturer top 5, right? Clear already. Now I'm going to show you how to do grouping, okay? After you clear, what I want you to do now, go into the manufacturer table here. In the manufacturer table, what I want you to do is you right-click on the manufacturer. You can see every column, any column you right-click, you can see new group. Can you see new group right at the bottom there? New group. Right-click on manufacturer column. Bukan right-click on table. The manufacturer column here. Let me just expand it a bit. Manufacturer column, right-click, new group. This is how you create grouping. So the name is called manufacturer groups. I want to change the name of the grouping to call it M groups. Let's change the name to M groups. Make it shorter. Or no, S, sorry, M group. M group. Okay, just now I remember the top 5 manufacturers. They are Elke, Curus, Natura, Pirum, and Van Arsdale. Okay, 5 of them. Now, I want all these 5, right, okay, to be called group under top competitors. The remaining 6, right, or the rest will be just called others. So, and I want to focus only on Van Arsdale. I want to compare with Van Arsdale. So Van Arsdale, even though is part of the top 5, but I want Van Arsdale to be alone. The other 4 will be called top competitors, and the others will be others. Now watch this. First, you look for Van Arsdale alone. Van Arsdale here. Click group. So the group name is here, Van Arsdale, and the member is Van Arsdale. Now next, the remaining 4 fellas, starting from Elke, Curus, hold on to control key. Hold on to control key to select multiple. Elke, Curus, Natura, and Pirum. This one. Macam ni. Hold on to control key, select Elke, Curus, Natura, and Pirum. All these 4, okay? You click group, and it becomes like this. So Van Arsdale is alone under the group called Van Arsdale. The other 4 fellas are now grouped separately. And this group, I want you to double click to change the name to top competitors. Double click, yeah? Double click to rename. Top competitors. Van Arsdale is okay, is good. And the rest remaining one, just take this one. Include other group. See? Take this one. Include other group. When you do this, take this one, you will get this automatically. So because when you have got too many things, like you do not want to overcrowd and, make your legend too cluttered. Sometimes when we present our chart, we can do grouping like this. Easier, right? So once you're okay, you confirm already, you click OK. Once you click OK, can you see there's a new group name called M group appear here? The M group appear here. M group. And you know what now, guys? In the chart here, the legend no more manufacturer, delete, remove from the legend, but replace M group as the legend. Macam ini. M group will replace the legend, replace manufacturer. So now your legend, right, is showing by grouping. Except for Van Arsdale, in my case, this color is Van Arsdale alone. This color are all the combined 4 top competitors, and the other will be all the Tintin blue color. You see? This is another way of presenting. Sometimes it is not necessary for you to present individually each manufacturer on its own. So just group them up manually. Okay. So that's one way of presenting as well. Adrian, now you ask me how to create M group again. Okay. Again, a manufacturer table, the manufacturer column right here, you right click, you can see new group. Okay. When you click new group, there you go. This is where how I create M group. Let me show you lah. Okay. So you can see this is actually how I build it. I name it, I change the name to M group. And then you drag Van Arsdale alone, click group to call it Van Arsdale. Then the other 4 fellas, Alaki, Curious, Natura, and Pirum, all these 4, you group them up, give it a new name called top competitors. Here you double click to rename lah. Okay, double click to rename. And then you must check include other group. Then they will bring the other here. Okay, that's all. Once you have done, you click OK. Once you click OK, then you can replace the legend with M group and not the manufacturer column. Manufacturer column gives you the individual manufacturers. M group will actually show you the grouping. Okay. And one thing for sure, sometimes you see in Power BI, the visual here, you can click triple dot here, right, and say show as table. When you click show as table, at least now I can see in the form of a pivot the data which backs up the data that justifies all these grouping. You can see other is totally how much, top competitors by the country how much, Van Arsdale itself how much. So Power BI has a way to peek the back-end data behind the chart. Again, all you need to do is on the chart, top right-hand side, got triple dot, more option here, more option, show as table. There you go. And this data, right, can, if you like it, and you want it back in Excel so that you want to do further what kind of analysis, right? You can also click triple dot here and say export data. You click export data, you can see they'll save it as CSV, no XLSX, it's just CSV. So all that data will be in CSV. Then when you double click, well, it opens up in Excel. Okay, so you can export everything into CSV. So again, but I just want to have a look. I just triple dot here, show as table. Shows up here. All right, so that's how you have a look at the backend data. But what if I want to show only one? You can do like this. Now, let's say, for example, I want to look at top competitors. This is top competitors. I right-click on the point. Right-click only this data point, and you can say, show data point as a table. When you click show data point as a table, now the table is like this. They only show, right, every row. They show the complete transactions of every one fella inside the top competitors M group. All the transactions. Very long. This is like what we call a drill through. You drill inside that group. Okay. And if I go into, let's say now when Arsdale, right click, show data point as a table, then it bring you here. These are all Van Arsdale individual transactions. Okay. Right. So, oh, Yisham, you do not have the file. You're not doing the exercise all this while. You can't see the pin chat. So maybe, yeah, maybe somebody just, yeah. Okay. Okay, are you guys following? Right. So now this is actually how we can have a look at the data in the background. Okay. Now, if you show data, show as a table, once you want to get out from here, right, you can see back to report. At the top left hand on the canvas, you can see back to report. You click back to report, you go back to here. Okay. Okay, this is revenue by country and the M group. Okay, manufacturer group. So let me just put it aside. Make it smaller a bit. Make it smaller a bit. No need to be so big. Now, click outside. Let's create a separate visual. I want to show you a type of visual called tree map. Tree map visual is this one. Row number 4 and the first one, tree map. Okay. Tree map. So when you click tree map, you click it and they give you this. It looks like a piece of puzzle like that. Okay. The visualization is like a puzzle. This tree map, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to actually add the revenue, again, revenue from the sales, tick revenue. It's one big tile. And then now I want you to check manufacturer. This one no need the group. I don't want M group. I want the real manufacturer. When you tick the manufacturer, now you can see there are multiple tiles in different sizes. Okay, multiple tiles in different sizes. And you can see Van Arsdale is actually the biggest revenue. How you read this tree map, okay, is the biggest one from the left is the number 1. Number 2 is this size. Going down, number 3. This is number 4, number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. So let's say I do focus mode. I zoom in. If I zoom in, you can see better. How do you know what to zoom in? Every chart can be zoomed in. This one also I can zoom there. Big ones. Back to report. You can see this button, focus mode. When you click focus mode, they zoom in. So a tree map view is like this. Okay. So let me show you how to interpret this. Okay. The first one, this is number 1. Okay. This is number 2. Or no, I put yellow color. Number 2. This is number 3. This is number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, okay, 9, 10, and 11. This is how you rank, okay, which is larger and all that. So you look at the tile position, the size of the tiles, the layout of the tile. So once you got a tree map view, right? Now what you can do is watch this. With the tree map selected, now I can do cross filtering. When I do cross filtering means you can now animate. When I select Van Arsdale, they only show me these are all Van Arsdale. When I show Natura, Natura is under top competitors, only this part. Elki is this part. Curus is this. Hiram is this so much. Okay. So if I look at the rest, Leo, then it's the rest lah. Okay. So, but if I were to cross filter, for example, if I click Van Arsdale, when I click, then they only highlight this part. And because I only select USA. So USA for Van Arsdale alone is half of that. And if I click Australia, Van Arsdale is this much. All right. And if I click on, let's say, top competitors in USA, click here. And these are all the 4 manufacturers under the top competitors. Each one contribute this much. So this is actually a cross filter. Okay. So even if I click on L key is just this portion. So this interaction, right, is called cross filtering. Now, basically, I do not want to see the other manufacturers here. I want to compare Van Arsdale with only top competitors. So what I want to do is that I also want to filter it. This tree map also I filter. So I expand the filter panel here. The manufacturer here, I expand. Okay. In the manufacturer here, I can see all this, right? But you know what? I want to now change this. I do not want manufacturer. Just now I asked you to drag manufacturer. Now I switch it back to M group. So sum of revenue for the tree map, I now reuse M group here. So when I choose M group, all right, and you can see like this. But then M group only got 3. So it's like so crazy. It's not nice lah, right? So actually, I filter using M group, but display individual manufacturer. So again, I don't like M group here. Delete. Get back manufacturer. No problem. Get back my manufacturer. Okay, now I'm going to teach you another way of filtering. This visual now showing individual manufacturers. Now, in the filter panel, you don't select the manufacturer from here. This is filtering only this visual. I want to show you another filter on this page. That means whatever filter you apply here, they filter every chart on the whole page. Whatever filter you set here is filtering this visual, right? If you click here, then filter this visual. You got it? But filter on this page is that you apply one filter. If I got 10 charts on the page, all will follow the filter. They will all be applied with the filter. So here, filters on this page, I want you to drag M group to filters on this page. It's nothing to do with filters on this visual, not this visual. I want to apply a brand new filter on this page, M group, and I only select Van Arsdale and top competitors. Look at that. So when I tick Van Arsdale and top competitors, can you see it applies filter for both sides? Both of them. I leave out others. I don't want others. So I only tick Van Arsdale and top competitors. Altogether 5 tiles only. And here only got 2, top competitors and Van Arsdale. The other group I filter off already. I don't want to show. So that is how the filters, one filter on the page, they can filter every chart you have on the same page. Okay. Now, we maintain like this, huh? Okay, so we just collapse the filter. Now, we're going to add a third chart, a third visual. This one, I want to show sales information over time based on the date column, right? Now, I want to click outside on this blank area, and I'm going to show using another time the cluster column chart, the normal cluster column chart, right? And I want to tick the date column from the sales, and from the same table, also tick revenue. This is showing revenue by date. And you can see when you tick the date column, right? Check this out in the x-axis. Check this out. The date will automatically be sliced with 4-level hierarchies. Year down to quarter, down to month, down to day. So dates, okay, gonna be automatically built with a hierarchy level. That's the reason why every bar now, right, shows only year. And you can see, because of the hierarchy levels, now got extra buttons here. You got extra buttons, okay, that shows like this. These buttons allow you to perform drill up or drill down or expanding. So for example, okay, if I want to turn on drill down, because right now, if you click, it turn off. Now, no drill down. When I click 2018, that means they would have filtered the rest of this on 2018 sales by manufacturer and by also country. If I click 2019, it's this much. If I click 2017, it's this much, you see? So 3 years. Because remember, when we load the data, we filter only 3 years. The last 3 years, 2017, 2018, 2019. Okay? So now, when we have got these 3 dates, now, when we click on drill down, this time when I click, let's say one of the year, I click, they bring me down to the 4 quarters of 2018. This is 2018, but 4 quarters. If I see quarter 2, I click, they bring me to 3 months of quarter 2. I drill down. April, May, June, which is quarter 2, 2018. I see April, I click April, I can see 30 days of April transactions, the highs and lows, the revenue. This is called drill down. Okay. So with the hierarchy, we are able to actually go and, filter, okay, and drill down. All right. So, but anyway, I do not want to drill down. I just want to drill up, and drill up all the way to the 3 years. I'm good with the year. I just want to show the revenue by year first. I allow them to, drill down by themselves. Okay, because the drill down effect is there already in the chart and it's provided by the hierarchy. 2017, 2018, 2019 is good here. Okay, but now I don't turn on the drill down, but when I click 2017, they highlight 2017 between each manufacturer is this much. But sometimes it's hard to see, because they just highlight one portion and then the other portion, they blur it. It's like showing how many portions of this are from 2017. When I click 2019, is this much portion. This type of interactivity, right? You see, even when I click Van Arsdale, when I select Van Arsdale, right? It's actually by country like this. And then by year, you see, Van Arsdale 2017 is this much. Highlighted, 2018 this much, and 2019. And the one that is blurred, right, is contributed by the other top competitors. So for example, if I click on one of the top competitor, L-Key contributed this much. Okay. But like I say, I want to actually change this behavior. I do not want to highlight. This is called highlighting. If I select something, they highlight. I click, they highlight. I click, they highlight. I do not want highlighting. Rather, when I click, I want them to totally filter. They totally filter it. Don't need to highlight for me. How do I change that? Okay, watch this, guys. This one you've got to really, really follow. If you can't get it right, don't worry. Okay, when the recording is done, everything is there. So I just make sure that all these are properly recorded, and I do it slowly so that you can watch it again and you can follow it. So with this tree map being selected, this is selected means that I want to now control the interaction for this guy and this guy. Okay. Now, if I select this guy, then I want to control the interaction between this guy and this guy, right? So it depends on which one you select. So now I start with the tree map. From the perspective of tree map, I will show you in the format ribbon. Under the format ribbon, the first button called edit interactions. When I click edit interactions, you see they turn on something here. If I click again, they turn off. You see, no more. You pay attention when I click, pay attention these two. Click, you see that they turn on something here and here, right? Now, if I click again, turn off already, no more. Click on, click off. Click on, click off, right? Now, when I click here, turn on, now they're showing me places where you can edit the interaction. This guy don't show because why? You are the main selected visual. When you are the selected visual, they want you to define these two fella in relation with you. What do you want them to do? You see, by default, right? Highlight, highlight. Can you see when I zoom in, right? Which button is selected? The one that is black. You see, the one that is black, the black means it's selected. Now, I'm going to show you a simple demo that you can understand what I'm doing here. There can be two behaviors, either highlight or three behaviors, either highlight, filter, or none. Watch this. If this one say none, but this one still highlight. Now this is none. Now watch this. If I select this, only this one highlight, because this one say none, I'm not going to move. You see, I don't move. But if this one also say highlight, if this one also say none, these both are none. When I click, none of them will move. See that? Okay, so this defines the interaction behavior. So now I want to change both to filter and filter. So when now they're not highlighting, they're going to filter and filter. So when I click, they filter totally, they don't highlight. So that means when I select Van Arsdale, you are showing the actual only Van Arsdale performance by year and by country. If I click Natura, this is only Natura by country and by year. They don't highlight and compare with the rest. Some people like to view it direct. They don't want to compare, highlighting the up and down, up and down. Sometimes after highlight, they're so thin, you cannot make sense out of it. Okay. So even Piram, which is the last one, I click Piram. This is the performance of only Piram by year and by country, respectively. Okay. Now, similarly, now I select this one. This one now, when I click, they also highlight these two, is it? Because now when I select this one, the relationship between these two fellas, they are still highlight and highlight. So it's also the time for me to change it to filter and filter. So now when I select this, they filter. You see? When I select, they filter. Okay. And when I select this year, now this time here, for the year, right, it is still highlighting. They are highlighting. Because now when I select this chart, now I have to tweak the other two. This one I also want filter and filter. Okay, you got to know which one you select. When you select this guy, you got to control these two. When you select this guy, you got to control these two. And when you are now selecting this guy, then you select the other two to control the upper two. So now all of them are filtering already. So when I select 2018, 2019, 2017, you see they're all showing filtered and not highlighting anymore. Okay. Similarly, this guy, if I click on USA competitor, they're showing only for USA, for top competitors, these four fellas, when Arsdale is not there, and 3 years performance for all four of them. Okay. But when I click on USA alone again, but for Van Arsdale, the whole big chunk here is Van Arsdale alone and by year. So it completely filters it, easier for you to pinpoint and get the actual result. Right? But the default behavior is highlight, so they highlight, and then it's, I don't know, sometimes I just hated highlighting, okay, because it's very difficult for me to find out, okay, based on the shadow and based on what is selected. Okay. Now, what if you want to filter a couple of them? For example, now I click Van Arsdale here, and I also click on Australia. This is called multiple cross-filtering. Again, we know that in Microsoft products, anywhere, Microsoft, you want to do multiple selection, even on Windows, it's holding on to Control key, right? So click Van Arsdale here. They have filtered this two only for Van Arsdale, but you Control key, holding on to it, I want to further for Van Arsdale, for only Australia, I click. And see? This is Van Arsdale alone and Australia. You're looking at the 3 years. See that? Or vice versa. Okay, you can now click 2018 alone. Okay, only for Australia and top competitors. They are showing you 4 members inside the top competitors only for 2018 and in Australia. How much they're doing. So you hover and it will tell you that. Okay. This is called multiple selection filtering, cross filtering. Okay. All right. Are you guys good? So once you are ready, okay, you can then turn off that edit interaction. So again, in the format, you can turn it off. You turn off, and then the buttons for you to change the interaction will not be there. If you want to change it again, you have to click edit interaction to turn on. So then you can edit. Okay, this is a toggle button. Click to turn off, click again to turn on and off respectively. Okay. Right. So sometimes, okay, it is arguably, right, okay, I want to drill down to a specific problem statement. For example, I want to find out for Van Arsdale in Australia, hold on to control key, click Australia. This is by year. Now I want to turn on drill down here, and I drill down into year 2019, okay, for quarter 4 and the month of November. And now I'm saying only when Arsdale in Australia, right, they beat USA. See, because USA is the champion all this while, number one. But then in the year 2019, quarter 4, November, Australia's sales for Van Arsdale is higher than USA. You can see that. Okay. But if I drill up, actually, in the fourth quarter, doesn't mean only November. All the fourth quarter of 2019 has beaten USA. But if I drill up one more time, okay, see, in the year 2019 alone, doesn't matter which quarter, Australia still tails behind USA. But like if I click on quarter 1, still is number 2. I drill up. In quarter 2, no, cannot beat USA. I go up. Quarter 3, no, cannot. Drill up. Now, when I click quarter 4, oh, quarter 4 in 2019 is the only quarter that Van Arsdale beats USA in Australia sales. You can do that. Okay, just turn on the drill down so you can drill down to a specific period of time, and you can then select the interaction. Okay. So drill up, back to the year level. So year 2017, okay, in this case, I don't want to drill down anymore. So I off the drill down. Now individual can select. Okay, like just now when I click on Van Arsdale and when I click on Australia, this is 2017, 2018, 2019. Okay, so when I click on 2019, Australia is still behind USA. If I click on 2018 or 2017, so year on year, Australia is number 2 behind USA. So in my investigation just now, I explored in the year 2019, last quarter is the only one quarterly sales whereby Australia has beaten USA. That's for Van Arsdale alone. Okay. So that's the way on how you interact and do analysis on a Power BI report between the different visuals. All right. Okay, so now, like I say, the sum of revenue by year, now we got 3 visuals, everything is all done here. So what we're going to do here, right, is that your filters on the page, it's confirmed, right? And we can actually also add slicer, on top of the filter here, right? Because the filter is a panel that is collapsed and hidden. Sometimes part of the report page, just like in Excel, you want to add a slicer that is also filtering, but you want it to be visible on the page. So before we go for a break, I want you to click on the empty place in the page here, and I want you to add a slicer. The slicer is row number 5. Row number 5, and from the left, number 3 item. Item number 3, slicer. You click slicer, and I need to resize it to be smaller like this. Okay, slicer. The slicer, right, depends on what you want. Okay, I can actually add the slicer of the manufacturer. So I drag manufacturer into the slicer, and you can see manufacturer now shows only 5. Why 5? Because remember our filter on the page. Filter on the page already say I want Van Arsdale and top competitors. The other is filter off. So when you add a slicer, they only show 5 available manufacturers. Okay. So this is whereby once it's there, right, I can now slice Curus, Natura, Pirum, Van Arsdale. So this is actually a way to slice, right? Okay, but anyway, the slicer doesn't mean anything because we already have a tree map that allows us to actually select, and then it's also like slicing anyway, right? So this slicer, just to show you that you can add a visual, I mean, a type of a filtering item, which is permanently displayed on the page so that user can slice by it. Because a slicer is made popular in Excel. So whoever has built a so-called dashboard in Excel, you will make use of lots of slicer because in Excel, the only way to make your visual, the charts interactive is by slicing. If you don't put slicing, you think Excel can do this. When you click a bar, they cross filter. And then when you click here, they cross filter. You know, like this one cross filter, this one cross filter. No, they can't. Excel, when you select the data series, the data points, they don't cause other charts to move or to filter, right? That's why in Power BI, we call this as analytics, right? Because the charts has interaction that allows you to perform deep analysis, right? And that's what we call analytics. So the slicer, well, we can throw away, delete, just to show you only. We are not putting a slicer there. Let me see. You've got a drill down. There's no year indication. Oh, okay. What you're talking about is like this. Okay, let me just zoom in. So I've got a year here. So if I turn on drill down and when I click, let's say 2018, now they show quarter, but above there's an indicator of 2018, right? Can you guys see this? Now, even if I drill down to quarter 3, I will have stacked up indication. This is now on a month level. Okay, 2018 quarter 3 is still here. If I click on September, I can see all the titles. This is the days of September in quarter 3 in year 2018. You should have a stacked up title like this. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, right, based on your preview, hang on, which version of Power BI are you having? Are you having an older one or just downloaded latest version? Because I think in your case, right, you did not turn on drill down. You just kind of like right click and drill down, right? Because there's another way to drill down, which is right click and drill down. Because based on your captured screenshot, I don't see this is actually black color. I don't see this black color means you never turn on here. You do a drill down by right clicking and drill down, if I'm not mistaken. You see, so I did not have this turned on, but when I right click, I still drill down, but yet I still have the year. Okay, the year must be there. This one is actually the latest version, and if I'm not mistaken, let me check the format. The format for the title should be automatic, you know. This is the title of the visual. In the visual, if let's say I go into the columns, there's no feature for this. If I'm mistaken, no data labels in the x-axis. The title is turned on. Yep, that's a title quarter. Style show title text is auto. This is supposed to be the default, you know, because I didn't do anything. The moment when you got a cluster column chart, right, it's supposed to be by default. Can you check on that? Right, if you don't seem to have, when you drill down, you don't seem to have the year indicator here, even though let's say now you're in the quarter level, but because the title on the x-axis here, right, is set to auto. Usually by default is auto. Okay, you don't enter any text there. And style is, yeah, and the layout, there's no other controls in the formatting. All right. So another thing that you have to check on is that in your help and about, this is actually, last time they don't have it as well. Okay, last time it's actually on the top, but for the later version of this year, Power BI, right, you should have that. Okay, so set to auto. You can try that again if you delete the whole cluster column chart and then try to create it again and see whether it does show. All right, because the title are automatic. It's automatic control. There's no need for it to do anything. Okay, so yeah, no problem. Okay, so you can test on that. Now, let's continue. In a Power BI report, what we always say is that do not always overwhelm. Now, remember, one of my, if you're talking about my course, which I park it under the professional certificate, the last module or the last course, 1-day course is about advanced dashboard and report design strategy. One of the golden rules of effective report presentation is that you do not overwhelm your audience with too many charts, but there are no figures. You see, this is an example of a page, a report page where there are no figures. Okay, either you provide labeling, or right now when people want to know the figure, they have to point and then they only can see figure like this. Okay, so there's another way to permanently have a figure. So now I'm going to click on the empty area here. I'm going to show you how to display a card. Okay, this is a card. The fourth row and the last item in the visualization gallery. Click the card. It's super big here. Okay. Now, all you need to do is maybe now I want to display revenue. So revenue is 417.1.66 million. Look at that. Okay. This is actually just to show the figure. They show in an approximate figure, sum of revenue. Now, the best thing about this sum of revenue here, right, is that now when I click Natura, they will auto filter the revenue for Natura. Okay, but if I hold on to Control key and I click on Australia, they further filter down. Natura for Australia is 18.28 million, right? And when I click on Q4 of 2018, I click it's 6.58 million. So at least I've got the value being displayed. So you can use a card just to display that. You can assemble many cards because each card can be used to display only one value. Okay, so right now I also got units. So maybe you can create another card. So since I've got one card here already, right, I've sized it like this. I can right click, copy the visual, or you can press Control C, copy. Okay, then you click the blank area and you Control V, paste. When you paste, they paste over it. So you have to drag it out, drag it out. Okay, now you got a second copy of this. Same thing. So, but this one right now, I want to change it. I delete the revenue. I drag the units. So I got sum of units 1M, 1 million. 1 million units means the quantity ordered. So again, now, if I drill back up to the year 2018, total sales for everybody here, okay? Van Arsdale and the top competitors, 5 manufacturers, okay? For year 2018 alone is 400 over million. Okay, total units is 1M. 2019, okay, but the problem is right now there's some units, right? Okay, it's actually apparently it's not filtering. Oh yeah, total is actually 3 units, 3 million units. But if I click on when I click on Natura, right, and when I click on let's say 2019, so you can see that sum of units for only Natura is 269,000 units, and the revenue is 83.66 million. So that's how you make use of the card. The card can only be used to display one figure, one value here. So the value I want to display, there are only 2 available numbers to be displayed on the sales, which is either revenue or the units. So I use 2 cards to separately display that. Okay. So you can see that if I don't select anything, all Van Arsdale plus the top competitors, total revenue is 1.26 billion. Total 3 million units sold, all 3-year period. Okay, for Pirum, it's only 94 over million, 94.5 million, 300,000 over units sold. And if I hold on to Control key, I want to select, let's say, Pirum performance in Japan. And for the year 2017, there you go. So it does filter correctly. Okay. So this is roughly what you can do, okay, by creating a filter okay, and producing that, okay? All right, so now you guys know about the date, okay? The particular date hierarchy here. So the date hierarchy, let me get back to the this chart, sum of revenue by year. You see, we're using the date column, which is giving us a natural hierarchy for drill down. Year, quarter, month, and day. This is automatically provided by Power BI. This setting is automatically turned on. In Power BI Desktop, right, if you go to the File menu, there is an Options and Settings. In the Options and Settings, right, if I click on Options to check out the options which we can configure, right? Now, part of this directly here, Time Intelligence, this part, you can see there's automatic date and time for new files. And for the current file here, under Data Load also, Time Intelligence Auto Date Time is turned on. This is the automatic setting that Power BI Desktop allow to automatically produce a hierarchy. Now we can build our own hierarchy, you know. Dates, okay, is actually one hierarchy. Now, the next thing that we can build a hierarchy of our own in this particular exercise is on a geography. Remember, hierarchy is when you have a grouping which comes in an order of a top level can drill down to the bottom level can further drill down to another bottom level. Okay, it's like a parent and child relationship, right, within that data. So let me talk about our own hierarchy building. Okay, because currently we only got countries, right? Now, let us go back to our model view. Switch to your model view, please. And I want you to observe the geography table. The geography table is a very good example, okay, whereby we can build our very own hierarchy, okay, of country is the highest down to district or down to state, or actually state first down to district. You get me? So maybe I intend to build this type of hierarchy so that country can drill down to this district, to the state in the country, and then from the state I drill down to the district in that particular state. So how do we build that kind of hierarchy? I want you to right click on the country, on the geography. You can see create hierarchy. Right click country, create hierarchy. And you can see immediately they will show you country hierarchy, right? But make sure you expand properties here. There's a properties that must be shown. So the name of the hierarchy is shown here, country hierarchy. Okay, so the country hierarchy right now, all right, it's going to be renamed. I will call it, let's say, geo hierarchy. Just call it geo hierarchy. Hierarchy. And the current geo hierarchy already started with the country level. Look at the hierarchy levels. Started with the country here. All right. Now, once you've got the hierarchy, okay, what we're going to do here is I'm going to start adding more levels. Click the drop down. Then you can select the second level from country, drill down to state. State is added. Then state, you select again to district. District, you can actually further drill down to city, you know, but let's stop here. 3 levels will do. Country down to state, state down to district. And you must click apply level changes. Make sure you click apply level changes. So all 3 levels would be applied. And we got a geo hierarchy already here. The hierarchy indicates the 3 levels in the hierarchy. Make sure you apply level changes. All right. Okay. So now what we're going to do right now is let's try to use this geo hierarchy. Go back to a report right now. Okay. Go back to the report. So what I'm going to do, right, is that I want to actually change this revenue by country here. Now, the revenue by country, I want you to drop off the M group legend. The legend and M group delete. Left only the revenue by country itself. That should be fine. Drop the M group from the legend. I don't need the legend. I want to refine this, change this. So now only got country, am I right? Because in the x-axis, we are using country. Now you drop the country now, delete the country now from the x-axis. Instead, you shall go to the geography table here and you can see, you should see geo hierarchy, the hierarchy name. You just drag the whole hierarchy and drop it to the x-axis. And you can see one shot, I can see all 3 levels which I have produced. And usually by default, they straight away drill down to the lowest. So you have to drill back up and up back to the country. So now you can also drill down and up, okay, based on our hierarchy for the geography, not just date, right? We just manually created our own hierarchy, right? So now once you've got this, right, you can see that they are now sorted by the country names in ascending order, A to U. They're no longer sorted by the value. You can change sorting order of each visual by clicking the triple dot here. You can see sort the axis. Currently, if I zoom in, you can see sort axis is in ascending order by country. I want to switch back to sort by the revenue. Click. Now it's sorted by revenue in ascending. Then you can triple dot click again, sort axis one more time to change it to sort descending. Click again. So now it's back to like just now, descending order by the revenue. Now, because of the hierarchy, look, you can see now they also have got this. They also allow us to drill down. So now if I were to turn on drill down, if I click on USA, I can see all the states in USA, 50 over states. Wow, too many. Okay, so maybe I drill up. Let's try to look at maybe Japan. When I click on Japan, they only show me these 5 different states, so-called, but Japan don't got state, they call it prefecture anyway. So let's say I look at Fukushima Ken here. If I click on Fukushima Ken, these are all the districts under Fukushima Ken, right? So we can actually go up, and if I go into Mexico, these are the states in Mexico. There's only one called Distrito Federal. And if I click on Distrito Federal, there are many other districts inside that federal district, okay, or state. Some countries don't have a state. In fact, the whole country just sliced up by districts. For example, here, Mexico. Okay. So it's actually a way for you to do that, okay, whereby you can create your own hierarchy. Okay. Another hierarchy that you can build, okay, is what? What do you think? If I go back to my model viewer, now this one, I want you guys to try on your own. I give you a minute. Okay, I give you a hint. It's on the product table. 1 minute. After this, I'll show you the answer. What do you think you can build a hierarchy from the product table? What can you understand from that? If you don't understand it, right, you go to the table viewer, view the data, and you should have an idea. You look at the product table and check it out. What kind of hierarchy level you can try to group up? It's like a grouping. So I give you 1 minute. Okay. Try to create a new product hierarchy. We call it product hierarchy. And what are the levels? One minute, and I'm going to show you. You say product and product idea. That doesn't make sense. Product is a product name, right? That when you drill down, it's just the ID at the number. Why would I want to know the ID? The relationship between the product and the product ID is 1-to-1. Okay. You need to have a parent and child. One particular level, drill down, sub-level got many. And one of that, you drill down another many. So it's like from general, drill down to more. Okay, remember, like one country drill down to many states, one state drill down to many districts, one district can drill down to many, what do you call that, cities, right? Manufacturer product. in the product table. Manufacturer is a separate table, right? So, but from the product table itself. Okay, so let me show you the answer. Okay, the highest is the category because product of categorization. Okay, so we're gonna right click. The highest is always, we always start with the highest first. Okay, so Nur Atika, you're right. Sorry, not really. Sorry, wait. You use manufacturer ID. No, nothing to do with manufacturer. Lai, you're right. But the other way around, you are actually listing it from the lowest to the highest. It's supposed to be the highest to the lowest. It's category first down to segment, segment down to the product. You understand me? Okay. So category is the highest level. I right click category, create hierarchy. So it's called, I name it product hierarchy. So we start with category, the highest level, the most general must be at the top. Okay. Then the next one, middle, okay. For each category, I'll have a segment. Each segment, I add the product name itself. That's it, 3. For the current situation, 3 enough. Okay. So category down to segment, segment down to product. Then apply level changes. Apply level changes. So now let's go back to the the report view here. Again, I'm going to require you to build this. Now, these cards, right? I need to actually observe, give some space enough for you to display that. Let me push this down. Okay. Maybe this card here, I push it to the top here. Right. And then this one also, push it to the top here. No need to be so wide. Something like that. And this place here, I want you to build another chart. Okay. Maybe I want you to build a bar chart. Clustered bar chart. Click here. This is a clustered bar chart. So I want you to show the revenue by the hierarchy of the product, so that you can drill down revenue by category, category drill down to segment, segment drill down to the product. Okay, try that. So we always begin with the revenue. Check revenue, one long bar here. Then you use the product hierarchy from the product table. There you go. So it's all starting with the category. Okay, category urban, rural. I can see urban has the highest sales revenue. Now, if I right click and drill down from the urban, I've got all these segments: convenience, moderation, whatever. Okay, convenience is the highest sale revenue inside the urban category. And now, if I'm to right click and further drill down, I'm going to see all the products under the segment and the category. Okay, this is the urban category convenience segment. And if I drill up again, there you go. Okay. Right. So this is something that the visual, okay, that you can build. Now, there are certain calculations, okay, that we are supposed to do, but like I said, that DAX is not covered, okay, in this Jumpstart here. The only thing that you have seen DAX is just to concatenate. But let me show you something that you don't need to perform your own calculation. It is actually created for us, okay? Now, what I want to do now, right, is I want to add a second page. Leave this one here. You add page 2. At the bottom here, click the plus sign, add a page 2. When this is done, just add page 2. So we got a second page here. Okay, so now in the second page here, right? Okay, I want to do something as in showing the particular pivot table rather than charts and all that. Now, pivot table in Power BI is known as a matrix. This is the one, row number 5, and the second last one before the R. You can see it's called matrix. Matrix is a technical name for a pivot table, right? Pivot table is a business lexicon. It's popularized by end users, but technically we call it the matrix. So when you click matrix, you're getting ready with this pivot table. Okay, so you can see pivot table has got rows, what you want to add to the row level, what you want to add to the columns level, and the values. So again, the value, I'm going to drag the revenue to the value. So revenue like this. And this time I'm going to use again the product hierarchy, which is on the rows level. So you will see this. So I've got category, okay, and sum of revenue. Look at that. I can see figures here. So if I expand, let's say urban, if I expand urban, then now you can see all to the segments found inside urban. They will further come up with a breakdown of the figure. All right. Now, if I see this type of pivot table whereby I've seen lots of figures, and the figures are in billions or hundreds of $1,000,000, the next figure that I want to see usually, right, will be the percentage of sales. Each of these, right, is how many percent of the grand total 1.35 billion. Now, how do you do that? You got to do calculation. But luckily in Power BI, we don't need to calculate percentages, right? We don't need to write formulas. There is a super convenient way. So I want you to drag one more time revenue to the matrix. So you got two duplicated revenue added to the matrix. I'll show you why. Put it to the center first. Huh? Drag 2 times revenue, display side by side. Okay. Why? Because the first revenue is really the figure. The second revenue, which is here, zoom in here, you see 2 times, right? The first one, leave it, but the second one, sum of revenue, you click the drop down here, and you can see show value as currently no calculation. That's why they only show the figure, but I can show value as percent of grand total. So we can now choose show value as percent of grand total. So now you can see the first one was not touched, still showing money value, but the second one has been changed to show and display in percentage against grand total. Grand total here is 100%, and you can see all adds up to 100%, which is super convenient. Okay. So I can see that it says percent GT, sum of revenue. So if I were to collapse all that by the 4 categories, I can see urban is the most popular, generated the highest revenue. 80+% is from there. And 15% is actually rural, and the mix and youth will be, well, around 2+ or 2%. And for urban itself, which commands the 80%, if I expand down to the 6 different segments, each segment also got different contributions, you see? So all these are contributions to the main 80 point something%. Okay, so that's how you show percentages. Okay, so now let me increase the font size. And sometimes the font size, how do you increase and all that? Remember, formatting, like just now, I didn't even tell you in my page 1, all these colors I didn't bother to change, right? But it's all about formatting. That button here, it's there, the brush, the paintbrush button. So in page 2, I select this pivot table, this matrix. I click the paintbrush here to change formats. This is where a lot of properties for you to update and change things. For example, I want to expand the grid property. In the grid property, I look for options, because inside options, I can see the font size, which is 10. Global font size, I increase to size, maybe size 14. Size 14 is a good size to display, like this. So it gets larger. So every single visual you can select, right? And then you just go to the format, the paintbrush button here, and you explore every property which allows you to change title, change font family, bold, italic, font size, change the color of the bar, whatever it is, okay? Okay, now I want this to be also sliceable. I want you guys to see, okay, how this pivot table can be sliced further. I move this pivot table here a bit, and I want you to add a slicer. Remember the slicer? This one, the slicer. And the slicer, I want you to add the manufacturer. So this manufacturer, as you can see, right, shows everything because the manufacturer was not filtered. In page 1, the manufacturer was filtered because the filter is on this page. The filter is not on all pages. If you want, you can move this filter to all this page of all pages. Okay, but I don't think so you can move because this one is actually here on the page. You cannot just drag and drop it here. So you can actually create an M group filter on all pages, not just one page. That is the reason why now page number 2, they are no longer filtered. Okay. So right now, what you can do, you go to page 1, and I want you to change that filter. This filter, if I'm not mistaken, since you cannot drag and drop, right? Okay, so what you do, you delete off, remove this filter. Remove the filters on this page. But I want you to create the same filter on all pages. So you drag M group to the all pages here. And you only select top competitors and Van Arsdale. Same thing. This time you're filtering all pages, not just on one page. The filters on this page, remove. Right? Click the cross to delete. Then you drag and drop the M group onto the filters on all pages. And then you continue with the same thing, Van Arsdale and top competitors only. When you apply this already, when you switch back to page 2, page 2 is now affected. You see? Page 2 also will be applied with a similar filter. So now you can slice by the manufacturers based on, let's say, Curious. This would be the figure for Curious. Van Arsdale, like this. So apparently Van Arsdale doesn't sell other particular categories. Out of 4 categories are mixed, rural, urban, and youth. Van Arsdale only sell rural and urban. The mixed and youth don't sell. And I can see from here. You can add further a slicer by the year. Okay, so I actually copy and paste this slicer. You can remember, you can copy and paste that. Select the slicer, Control-C copy, and then Control-V paste. When you paste, they paste on top of it, so you drag it out. But I change it from manufacturer to year. Now, how do you get the year? Because when you drag and drop the date inside, right, they show you every day, you know, every date. I don't want every date, so don't want, okay? What you can do, observe carefully, the slicer is here already. Let me zoom in. The date column, which has the calendar icon, also has got this arrow where you can expand. When you expand, you can see the hierarchy name. And when you expand the hierarchy name, you can see the levels. You see that? The 4 levels. So now you can just drag only the year level to the field. So now at least they show you the year. Okay? So which means you only expand until you select the year. The year you put here. Okay? And that's where you see here. Okay, because if you just select the whole date column as the slicer, they slice by every day, which you don't want. I want to slice only by the year. So the only way to get the year level is you expand into the hierarchy. And you can then select which, okay? And then maybe you can also observe whereby I can produce another slicer, okay? Copy this, okay? And paste again another one. This time I drag it taller. And I do not want year, I want month. So all 12 months. Okay. Maybe push it up a bit, reduce it a bit. Okay. Then I want to fit all this here. All the way. So now I got manufacturer slicer, year slicer, and month. So if I select LP manufacturer, the value here, for year 2018 and for the month of July. So now I can see this is Key performance revenue okay, for year 2018 and the month of July. Okay. Can we choose slicer like date calendar? You mean you are, I'm not understanding your question here. I think you're talking about, is there a slicer, right, that when you click the calendar pop up and you click the calendar, is it? Is the display is a calendar, not like this, is it? Are you referring to that, Maisara? Ah, okay. We don't have that because this slicer, right, is built in. You want to check out whether is there a slicer that displays the calendar, right? You got to check out maybe in the visualization gallery, they have it or not. You know, on top of all these visualization, that's a very good question. You can see there's a triple dot here that can click to get more visuals other than this. Power BI has got hundreds of other visuals out there on the marketplace. Okay. These are the stock built into Power BI Desktop. So you can click get more visuals and you open a dialog here. You must have internet connection, which they will then connect and show you all the visuals. There's so many other visuals, hundreds and hundreds of them, right? Majority of these visuals are developed by third party, right? But some of them are developed by Microsoft themselves. You can look at the developer name. Some of them are by Microsoft Corporation. For example, this one, Sunburst is called by Microsoft Corporation. So if you want, you can click the drop down here. You filter by slicers. Let's look at slicers. Are there slicers? They call it filters lah. I click filters. So they filter by list, filtered. That date picker. This is most advanced date slicer with default selection, calendar views, and all that. That's what you want to look for, Masara. It's called date picker. So if I click a date picker, and the best thing is all these, right? You can use it for free. No need to purchase. Just add for free. But then majority of this, right, will have something called in-app purchase. Most of the visuals, you can readily use it, but some visuals got more advanced things that you can support, but only if you pay. But if you don't pay, you can still use the basic features of the visual. Okay. So here I can just click on add. You click add. Like for example, this one, date picker is by this company called TrueViz Incorporated. Look at the plans plus pricing. This one is first month free, then 99 cents per user per month. Wow. Annually, you pay 1 year per user, $11. This one is for the first 1 to 200 users. So you have different plans and packages. But I do believe it is usable for free. So when I click add here, I click the add button. And it will tell you that it has been imported successfully. There you go. Import successful. I click OK, and it is added here below this date picker. All right. So now let me try to click an empty place here, and I want to explore this slicer. I click the date picker. There you go. Wow, there you got advertising here, display mode now, whatever presets. They got holiday cards, themes. Whew, all right. Okay. So, oh no. The publisher of this visual requires a license to use the full version. Never mind, it's okay. I don't want to get license. So the slicer is here already. Let me check whether the basic one can use or not. Anyway, I'm telling you that I've seen it before, but this is the first time I'm really trying to see whether it can use or not. So you see, they are looking for date, holidays, presets, default selection. So the date, right? I'm going to drag and drop the date, the whole column into it. So now once you drag and drop again, they're going to ask you to pick a date picker setup. The date picker type, range or start and end. So I want it to be just a range. I use a range. This is very famous today. If you go Air Asia or any hotel booking, the date is by clicking and then dragging, the whole range. You don't select one for the start and click another one for the end. This is old school. This is range type. Is well modern So I click next. And what else? They say single or double, or you want it to be double. Can view two. I say single will do. I don't have enough space for double. Use single. Next. Canvas or pop-up, or maybe I want pop-up to save space. I don't want it to be like fixed permanent this size, I want it to be a pop-up. Okay, pop-up. Next. And yeah, select your theme. Okay, light theme, dark theme, monet. I want light theme. Maybe I want to choose a green one, and done. So now I've got a date. Okay, so this date here, well, this is actually the setting lah. So when I click select date, you can see they pop up like this. So I can choose a range of dates. So let's say, for example, July 2018. I want to choose, let's say, only 2018. So if let's say May, how come only 2018? I'm supposed to have, when I drag and drop the date, so it's supposed to be 3 years, 2017 to 20, oh, I think I know why. Because here selected 2018 and July right? This has to be sliced. So if I don't slice 2018, I don't slice July here, and this slicer here, the date, when I click the pop-up, they will show me all 3 years. So I want year 2019, and in the month of March, okay, I can select the whole month, 1 to 31, like this, okay? Or you can even choose that min date, today, yesterday, whatever, So when I click OK, so that is slice it like this. And this size no need to be so big because I use pop-up. If I use a pop-up, I can have the luxury to place this very small. So my Sarah, I've answered your question, did I? Okay, this is the one that you're looking for, right? So you can use the date picker. Yeah. You need to obtain a license for further features, but the basic one is good enough, So you can click here to have a pop-up of a calendar, and yeah, you can do even the changing of the properties, the presets are quite nice. So I can choose 2017, right? And the month of September, and yeah, something like that. Okay, only up to from 1st of September, maybe to the middle of September, 1st September to 15th September. Okay, so this would be the revenue. Okay, so yeah, you are most welcome, my Sarah. So you can have many types of other visuals which are not default available in Power BI Desktop. Now, these visuals you see here, right, they are known as stock visuals. Other than the stock ones given to you, you can always go to the triple dot button here, right? Click get more visuals, and you will get this dialog to show you so many. Okay. So let me show you one of the report that I actually built, which I published onto my Power BI website, app.powerbi.com. This is actually, you must have a license, right? You log in. So this is actually tied to my Microsoft 365 for my company. And of course, if I go to my workspace here, these are all the sample reports which I built throughout some of my classes. And I can show you introduction with slices. This is an introduction class. I teach you guys how to build this type of report in my 2D class. Day one already we're building this. And look at this slicer. This type of slicer is called a chiclet slicer, right? For example, the country, just to show the country name, it's so boring. So now I can display their country flags. So it's like Canada. They will zoom in the map to Canada, and by year and month, sales by the color of the product and by the occupation. So if I click on Germany, so they zoom to Germany. Click US, they bring me back to US. Click on Australia, So there are also slices again that shows you a way to use images. Not so boring, only the text, right? So I give an example. I also trained before AAM. AAM is actually the Automobile Association of Malaysia. All right. So I'm sure some of you guys have seen some cars, they stick a yellow color sticker with the AAM, right? So let me give you an example. Okay. Let's say you want to produce a report of the top 20 car brands, sales, and numbers of cars sold in the year 2023. Okay, so, and you can slice by the car brand. So you wouldn't want a slicer, okay, that shows car brand like Toyota, Produa, Proton, Honda, whatever, all by the name. So instead, you can use this way and show and download the images for all the car logos in images. So you show the car brand by the logo, the Toyota logo, the Honda logo, the BMW, the Mercedes-Benz, whatever. That's another, type of display. Okay. So there are many ways for you to explore some custom visuals that is available, free to download, free to use the basic, but you can pay if you want to explore further features. Okay, but I've never paid any Power BI visuals. Most of the visuals I've used, right, okay, it's dead on, I can use, no problem. I don't need to, tap into their advanced properties, okay? So for example, the one that I've shown you, the date picker, it's just nice. It can filter, and I just want to display like this in a calendar mode, and it's good enough, right? So with one date picker like this, with months and year, right, I can actually delete this year slicer and the month slicer, right? So this is actually what we can do. But one thing for sure is that the date picker shows you in a date range. Okay, the date range. The date range means that now what if I want to show, okay, I want to slice the year 2018, but I want to show the first 6 months. That's a long range, or not just the first 6 months. Maybe I want to pick the odd number months. January, March, May, July. Say 1, 3, 5, 7. I want to pick different months and holding on to control key. So this one might be a bit difficult to do it. Okay. So here I got date range, but what if I turn off the date range? If I turn off the date range means I think I can select but when I select, it's only one date. You see, if I pick on 2018, let's say I choose the month of April, click 4, there's only one day, When I click OK, you see, they show the sales of on the 28th of April, on the 4th of April, 2018. This is the sales for Alki alone, the revenue. Okay. So 1 day sales is 200,000 already. Okay. So, but I can't really pick multiples, unless I think in the advanced settings, I'm sure there are ways for it to format, what you can do, that date range slider. Maybe you can choose, there are some properties definitely like for you to explore. Okay. So yeah, that's if you are using some third-party visuals. All right, but anyway, I'm going to delete this. And if you no longer use this visual, right? Okay, this visual, once you import it, it's only saved in this file. The next time you launch a brand new Power BI desktop, right? This is not there also. You got to, every time a new report, you got to click triple dot, get more visuals, then select again and again and again. Unless, right? How do you get this particular visual to be on Power BI desktop forever? Every time you launch a new one, it's also there. In this case, right, you don't click triple dot and get more visuals. Okay, you must actually click import a visual from a file. You must download the visual into a file. So the visual must be in a form of a file. The extension is a .pbi viz extension, pbi.viz. Okay. So if you import a visual from a file, then the visual can be permanent. But I believe Microsoft has changed altogether because they feel that all these custom visuals, right, is made only for a report-to-report basis. They don't want it to modify the stock number of visuals. So that is why every time I launch a new Power BI desktop, okay, this is not going to be there. Okay, this is only for this file. And if you want to remove this visual, you can click the triple dot again, remove a visual. Then you can see they detected date picker. So I can select the date picker and then I can say remove. So it's going to be gone from here. Oh, they still ask me to confirm. So I remove and it's gone. Okay. But all these are stock visuals. Okay. Okay. So like I said that I am going to, create the month and the year slicer, copy this and paste again. So, sorry, hang on. What happened? How come my L key only left one? Wait a minute. What is going on? Is it on my page 1? Page 1. No, I didn't slice anything. It's correct. Page 2. Wait. Okay, set it back. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I copy this one and I paste. Wait. Copy this one and I paste another one. How come? I think I cannot select first. Wait, I don't slice first. Yeah. Then I copy this one and I paste. So I paste this one here I paste another one here, and then I change it. Okay, so this one, I will drop the manufacturer. I choose the year again, make it smaller. Okay, this one again, I push it up to maximize the height because I need the full height. I delete the manufacturer and I choose the month. There you go. Right, so then I can slice this particular matrix with these slices. Right. Okay, any further questions, guys? All right, now, based on the topic, okay, that we have actually shown here, right? Now, we have come to almost the end already, okay, for this one training, right? Looking at the model, you have roughly been equipped with the basics of understanding how to design a data model, right? Now, in my full training, usually, right, okay, we will discuss further into modeling as in the date hierarchy. Let me talk about the date hierarchy a bit. You see the date hierarchy that's given to us, right? The year, quarter, month, and day, all that. Let me show you here. In the matrix is the best way to show you, okay? Whereby now I'm going to delete off the product hierarchy and I use back my date hierarchy. In my use, if I use my date hierarchy, of course, it starts by year. But I want you guys to see this. If let's say I expand year 2017, I can see quarters, right? And I got quarter 1, 2, 3, 4. And if quarter 1 I expand is definitely January, February, March. Quarter 2 is April, May, June. All right. Now, I got no time to actually show you guys how to do that, but it's part of my syllabus in my standard training whereby I teach people also how to create and modify this default date hierarchy. I give an example, especially if you come or you happen to come from a finance industry or finance side. Okay, it would be more of a time that you ask, can I actually show my year, okay, or the chronology in finance or a financial year? All right, financial year, which means, for example, I quote Microsoft, okay, and of course, we at Gemrain also, we happen to follow Microsoft's, just by coincidence, it's following Microsoft's financial year. This month, June, is my last month of financial year 24. Next month, July, I start new financial year 25 already. So our Q1 is July, August, September. That's financial year. Calendar year Q1, definitely January, February, March. So how do I actually build a new date table that overrides the default calendar year base? I want FY. So FY Q1 is July, August, September. Q2, right, is October, November, December. But calendar year, that's Q4. Financial year, that's Q2. You understand me? So there are ways to do that. Okay, there's a way to do that. And of course, yes, thank you so much for the question. If I were to make it weekly update basis, can I still keep current visual page while updating the latest updates in the following week so that I can have reference of this week versus next week? Okay, now, the thing is that if you want to make it weekly update, let's say you got a weekly data being loaded, okay? And then you want to keep your current visual page while updating the latest updates following week. So you want to compare current week and next week. You don't need to worry about the updates because as your data is being loaded, keep on loading with the latest update. Now, what you need to do, right, is to start segmentizing your filters. Your data must be filtered by weeks. If you have a calculation of filtering by week, then your display of the visual, right, you should display week 1, week 2, week 3, you know, all that. So when you load new weeks, right, the old weeks are not going to be messed around. You still maintain week 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way until week 52 or 53, right? So you don't need to worry about how do I maintain. It's not like when you load new weeks, the old week will be overwritten. You don't overwrite, you accumulate, right? So yeah, unless you say that you clean up the old data gone and then you come up with a new set of data for the new year. But that is not historical reporting. If you talk about historical reporting, all your data is cumulative. Keep on adding years and years of it. Okay, so like for example, our current situation, right? Okay, we've got actually years starting from year 2012 or 2013. But to actually reduce the footprint of my data set here, we filtered it to only the recent 3 years, 2017, 18, 19. But if I load back the full, remove the filter, right, I still get back 2012, 2013. If I've got the way to segmentize by weeks, I still have it. Okay. So yeah, you can actually, these are all calculations already. Okay. So you can actually create a filter by the week, because right now my date, right, there's no week hierarchy. So you need to learn how to build a date hierarchy that's weeks. Okay. So we can actually set maybe this week's sales and next week's sales profile is different. Yeah, correct. You want to compare week by week, right? It's like a WOW lah, week over week, month over month, right? So there are DAX functions that can actually help you calculate. You can calculate year to date running total. You can actually calculate, okay, comparing current week with the previous week, or you can compare, let's say we call it parallel period, current year sales compared to previous year sales. So we use the same period last year. So for example, if we compare 2018 June, okay, definitely we are comparing with 2017 June. If you're in, let's say, September 2019, you compare with September 2018. Okay, so you have a way to parallelly compare previous and current. Okay, so let me kind of show you, like, if you are not convinced, so there is actually a way, a formula. I just show you the formula. So I just create a new measure here just to show you that function. It's called same period last year. As you can see, the function is called same period last year, and just passing dates. But same period last year only compare last year. But if you want to talk about comparing current week with previous week, every time when you're in a current week, you compare with previous week. Then you don't use same period last year, you use parallel period. Parallel period will ask you for where the dates are, the interval and interval here. But now, the problem is, do we have a week interval? So let's say I come up with a date, which is from the sales table, comma, interval, let's say -1. -1 means you compare with previous. Positive number means go forward, but you always -1. -1, comma, there you go. There is no week. There's only month, quarter, and year provided by this parallel period function. So if you want to calculate by week, you have to write very long DAX function. You have to build a function that goes down to the week element, okay? And then make sure also that you have a date table that also has a level of week, because by default, right, produced automatically by Power BI, only got year, quarter, month, and immediately day. So like I said just now, okay, apart from financial year and calendar year, what other reasons why I want to create my own date table, and I don't want the automatic date? So that when I build in my date table, I can create my own levels of year, quarter, month, week, and then day. So when you have a column in your date table that segmentizes week numbering, okay, then you can actually create a calculation of defining this week of 7 days, that you can see the range of 7 days sales, and the next week 7 days sales, so they can segmentize by week. You can then do a comparison. So it's all DAX, it's all calculation. Okay, so there's no easy way that is for you to click here, click there, and you can select all that. No, not really. You got to have a calculation profile, right? So even the parallel period does not give you the interval of weeks, only year, quarter, and month. Okay, so that's ultimately some of the things that you can do here. Right. Delete this. Okay, right, no problem. Now, the final demo that I can show you now, this one is not part of the training actually, but I usually try to show and entice people in looking at what would be the more advanced features found in Power BI. This can be a demo, and since this is recorded, you can actually try to play back as well. Now, I want to show you, okay, as advanced as Power BI, as you take your path, your journey down this road, okay, of using Power BI, and you want to explore and you want to become the champion of Power BI, okay, I wish to actually demonstrate something quite cool, right? Remember, all reports that you build, the charts and all that, must be manually refreshed. When you have got data keep on coming in also, right, there is actually a requirement for it to refresh. Now you can set up a scheduler refresh every 1 hour, refresh one time or whatsoever. But in the background, you need your IT help to set up the connection and set up the schedule. All right. Now, as of my level, what I can actually preach today and of what Microsoft has to offer is we are already talking about real-time streaming data, real-time moving and updated report. You don't need to click refresh button, and as the data come into your record by the second, they immediately show. You understand me? So I'm going to use the last portion here to demonstrate that it can be done, but you need a live report on the website. You cannot achieve that using Power BI desktop. Remember, today what you learn, right, is actually the beginning, the fundamental. That's why I call this training the Jumpstart. Okay, this is a typical starting point for anyone who come into Power BI. So when you actually use Power BI desktop, whatever you're building is offline, has nothing to do with the cloud. Now, when you are ready, right, you can click the button publish. Now, before you publish, you make sure you're like me. You see, you can see on my top here, right, I got my name, Gerald Hong, which means that I am signed into my Power BI account, which is my company address. This account, right, is part of my Microsoft 365. So once I sign in, right, I happen to have a Power BI license as well. So this is where when I click publish, they ask me, do you want to save changes? Let's say I want to save, let's say. And then they ask me to choose the workspace where I want to publish. I can see my workspace and training workspace. Okay, let me cancel this because now I switch back to my browser. In the browser, I am already logged into my Power BI website. You see my workspaces here. Seriously, I've got my workspace and training workspace. So I am in this workspace, and this is how I've gotten all my reports published on the cloud, and I can view on the cloud. Okay, now, how do you get a Power BI account? Now, I believe depending on your Microsoft 365 subscription, Power BI, everybody starts with a free license. In my case, my license here, if I click on, you can see my license type is a pro license. Okay, pro means in actual fact, you have to pay like $9.99. If you localize it to Malaysian ringgit, it's actually 504 ringgit per year for one user. That's called Power BI Pro. Power BI free, right? You don't need to pay anything and it's free forever. Okay, but remember, when you are free, you can do everything. But when you publish your report, you cannot share to other people. Right? You can't share. That's the only difference why you pay pro and compared to your free. Right? And when you are free, a pro created a report, want to share to you, you receive it also, you cannot open. Okay, so that means that you cannot share out a report. And yet, when incoming report you receive, you cannot open it, not until you pay for Pro. So free license means you are a privately operated Power BI account. The report you build is for your own self only. Okay? Unless you give away your PBIX file. Okay, but that's not sharing, That is called giving. You have given away, okay, your hard work. Your entire PBIX file containing your data, the report page, everything is given away. Okay, so like I said, that you need to supposedly publish on the cloud and you can even share the report. But now, what I want to now demonstrate is the real-time part. You need a license to log into app.powerbi.com. So you sign into app.powerbi.com. That's a Power BI portal. This portal is where the final resting place of all your report that you publish. Now, through the portal, I can do a real-time dashboard. Let me show you right now a simple demonstration. Okay, in my workspace, maybe I don't do it in my workspace. I will demonstrate in my training workspace, because my training workspace, I clear every time. So there's nothing here yet. Okay, so it's easy for you to understand. So in my new here, you can see I will create a new streaming data set. You can see streaming data set, right? They also mentioned here, okay, that you can build visuals from real-time data. You can see that the tooltip says, build visuals from real-time data. Now, what are real-time data? Real-time data means data that comes in by the seconds. Or in 1 second, sometimes you've got 10, 20 rows just added in. I can give you an example. In today's world of IoT, Internet of Things, right? You got a lot of sensors from your machinery or for whatever. Now, all this sensor data, right, they capture and capture and capture live by the seconds, and these data will be streamed onto a storage, right? So what you need to understand is that you want a Power BI dashboard that can connect live to this data as they come in, and then the chart will automatically update by itself, real time. Okay, now watch this, guys. I'm going to create a streaming data set. I can use Azure Stream, or I can simply create an API, a simple API, because I am going to show you that my scenario, I'm in IT lah, right? So I have written a program, okay, which actually simulating, generating, right, okay, multiple records, okay, by the seconds. So I'm going to click on API and click next. So the data set name, I'm going to call this as speed data set, okay, or speed data. Why? Because I am simulating that my data is going to generate speed changes by the second, right? This is just a simulation, okay, that the car speeds up and down, all that. So now, first of all, I will have a date column, and the data type is date time. So they're going to store date time like this, okay? Next one, I'm going to have the speed. The speed, it will be in the number format, okay? And I may have a maximum speed also, okay, which is also number, because I want to capture also. Now, maximum speed, I fix it already at 180. Okay, because I just use something like Volvo. Volvo cars are now all limited to top speed of 180, so no more than that. So I just use that. And then with the fluctuation of the speed, I can show a gauge, okay, to show you the animation. So now I've got 3 columns in my table here, this speed data. And I'm going to turn on historic data analysis, because I want to capture and store it as history. So I'm going to create here. Now, once I create it, right? Okay, so now I've got this URL that allows all my solution or any app to connect to it and pump the data direct to here. So how they communicate to this data set is by communicating with this URL. They send the data direct to here. So I copy this URL, done. And then my data set is here already, okay? Now, this will be a slightly technical for some of you who are non-IT, but I'm going to show you now. I've got a project. This is .NET. For those of you, what net, if you don't understand, it's okay, but it's a programming project. I call it Speed App. Okay, I'm going to open up the project in Visual Studio. Those of you who are technical, you may understand this, but if not, it doesn't matter. I just want to show you that I will run this app soon, and you can see tons and tons of data being pumped out. I'll display through a command prompt. Okay, so you can see these are the code. Don't need to worry about this code, but the URL here, I'm going to replace this URL. This is from my previous demo. The long URL, I'm going to paste it here, okay? So, hang on, close. Okay, so now once it's replaced, as you can see, I am reading the speed data, speed, and they're going to generate random speed, random numbers between 80 minimum to 180 maximum. So you can see max speed I already set to 180, confirmed already, okay, fixed. And then you see it's a constant, no changes. But the random is random between 80, 180, 80, 180. So they will automatically generate new numbers, random numbers between that. And I can see the thread is sleep 500, that means half a second. Every half a second, this is millisecond, 500 milliseconds, they generate one time, okay? And I'll just output what is the time. So that's it. Right now, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to click on Start. I run this program. So when I run this, you will see a command prompt that will output all the data, okay? Hang on. So you can see the data will show in the form of JSON. You don't again need to, as I say, half a second, keep on pumping. Maximum speed is 180 fixed already, but then you can see the speed here, different speeds, different numbers, correct? All there already, right? Okay, now let me continue running this, is okay. Let me minimize this. Now, back in my Power BI on the website, I don't use Power BI desktop. I immediately go back to my training workspace here. Now I create a new dashboard. It's not a report, it's called a dashboard. Only dashboard can display real time. Report, right, is fixed, okay? So I'm gonna call this a speed dashboard, okay? Oops, sorry, new dashboard, speed dashboard, create. So a dashboard is a blank, empty space, empty playground. So now I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to add a new tile onto my surface of the dashboard. So here I can see I can add real-time data, custom streaming data. When I click next, I can see my data set is called speed data. That is the table containing all the data. You see this data is now being pumping in, you see? Pump in like that, right? So now I'm going to click on select speed data and click next. So the first visualization, I can choose only between a few. There are not many other visuals. I got card, line charts, bar charts, and all that. So I want to choose a line chart because line chart one shows the up and down. Because the axis, I will select the date. The date is on the axis. All right. And now the value I want to display is the speed. And that's it. Next and apply. So look at that. Can you see moving there, brothers and sisters? Look at that. As the data is being pumped in, this fella is moving. I'm not doing anything. Okay. But watch this. If I stop this fella, control, break it, stop it. Once I stop it, right? Stop moving already. Okay. Stop moving. Now I run again. I start the program again. So there. And again, moving. Look at that. This is real-time data. Okay. As my program is actually generating random data, inject the data into the data set, my dashboard is being real-time updated. Super fast. It's near real-time. Okay. And at the same time, I can continue, edit, and add a tile. This time, I will choose a gauge. A gauge is like a meter whereby the value is speed. The maximum value is maximum speed. So when I click next and apply, ooh, this is nice. So as this thing is moving up and down, my speed is also updated with the value. Maximum speed 180 is always here. So we can see that this is animating by itself. Okay. So guys, what do you think of this? Okay. This is what Power BI has matured to. It's not just okay, where people show you, I can create this report, I can click and then slice here, slice there. That is fundamental, right? But like I said, a lot of people are looking at how Power BI can create a dashboard. Can you imagine this dashboard I display on a TV, right? And then as data comes into your department or your company, whatever, and it's live, it's something like a stock market thing, Even I think stock market also not as live as this. Right? Maybe updates once every minute, right? Yeah, correct. Nurul Afifa would say Power BI. Yes, this is really powerful. Okay. So at least you can monitor because the dashboard is not for you to capture and you don't actually like click on it and select something, but it's just monitoring it. Because as the data is so live, you can see that it dances around. Okay. And if I connect my data with MySQL using Power BI Desktop, can it be near real time? Power BI Desktop, not exactly. Like I said, from Power BI Desktop, you can't because the data that you build in a Power BI Desktop, it's a normal data set. We need a streaming data set. Okay, that is the reason why just now here I show you in my workspace here. Okay, if I go to new here, there are two types, you see. This is actually called a streaming data set. The normal one is called a semantic model. This one, the normal semantic model. You publish it, it's different. So this one is called streaming dataset. You need to produce a streaming dataset, right? That ingests data from your MySQL. So if you are asking about MySQL, you need to find a way, right, that transfers your MySQL data into this streaming dataset by the minutes and seconds. Then when you achieve that, right, then you can have this particular scenario. Okay, so now it's suddenly off already. Okay. All right. So you need a streaming data set. Remember just now when I create a new streaming data set, they only support 3 ways of producing a streaming data set. I choose API because I write myself. Other than that, you can rely on Azure streaming, or there's another protocol called PubNub. Okay. 3 types only so far supported. Okay. So it's time for me to stop this guy. So once I stop this, Control C, stop it, right? And then the whole thing stopped really. Okay. So this is not magic, this is science. Okay, and that's what Power BI is used right now. No more talking about just lame old data analytics, but we can do continuous monitoring also using Power BI dashboards, right? So if you guys really want to know the details slowly, how do we do this and all that, right? Yeah, I do showcase this in one of my classes. Okay. So I just do a very quick demo here, all right? And yeah, since this is recorded, you may also want to trace back what I've explained, and yeah, okay. This is good enough information for you to wow yourself. And Ahmad asks, is there any limit for data refresh per day? Okay, if you talk about normal refreshing, yeah, if you talk about standard data that you publish up to the cloud, right? And let's say you set up a scheduled refresh. Okay. Now, if you set to daily refresh, the schedule, right? You can only refresh 8 times per day. 8 times only. So let me give you an example. If you intend the data refresh to be round the clock, 24 hours daily, you take 24 hours, you divide by 8, right? So that means you only got 3-hour interval. Every 3 hours, refresh 1 time. 3 hours, refresh 1 time. So then you get around the clock refreshes 8 times per day. Okay. But then you have another way of actually creating a separate type of refreshing. Visuals can be refreshed as fast as 15 minutes, once per 15 minutes, but that is only if you do not import your data. We use something known as direct query. Now, this direct query only support if your data come from server. I think I've demonstrated this earlier when someone asked me, how do I connect to SQL Server? So you see when I click SQL Server, I mentioned about, you connect to a server name, database name. So I don't use import. I choose direct query. So direct query, right, is where you can have a 15-minute, or I think it's 15 minutes, that's the fastest refresh. Okay. So that's roughly, okay, the interval. Okay, that's the fastest that you can get based on a schedule refresh. Okay, other than that, real time is the way to be lah.